from the chat.
Okay, I need the questions from yesterday. I got one link and it was all in Russian. And it was just like, I don't know what it was. Good morning, good afternoon.
Доброе утро, добрый день.
There's some echo. Okay, great.
Небольшое
Good
эхо.
morning, good afternoon,
Доброе
and
утро,
good
добрый
evening.
день и добрый вечер.
Welcome to the second day of the
Добро пожаловать.
IWRI E-Congress. We are going to begin today with a roundtable. And we have many of the speakers here from yesterday, as well as our speakers for today. And we're going to open up, the first question is regarding integrality in science and life for modern society. The first question is it possible to change the program of development of society and humanity in accordance with universal laws? I will repeat that again. Is it possible to change the program of development of society and humanity in accordance with universal laws? So we will just do, anybody who would like to begin?
I would like to begin, if you don't mind. Hello, everybody. This is a very interesting question, but it is even more possible to change this development program because it never existed. Society, not to say humanities, is constituted on the simple rule resulting from the most remote age, which was to instinctively want to survive, and which gradually became the strongest will live to the detriment of the weakest. And until today, has become a sort of a Pavlovian reflex, totally contrary to the system of interdependence on which all creation is based. In short, we are still in the animal kingdom.
Thank you so much, Dr. Orlak. Is there anybody else? Just please chime in.
Okay, maybe I can also add some few words about it. From my point of view, we really need, first of all, to study and to understand these universal laws. Not all of them modern science already knows, and this is why we have organized actually our institute, IWRI, in order to just reveal some of these laws which are not so obvious for our science. And then we would like to study these laws both theoretically and experimentally, and the implementation then follow. And we would like for sure be the first experimentators who will check these laws on our own life, and it's the social laws. But they are so universal that actually they are also implied in all other levels of the matter. I mean, on the still, vegetate, and animal level. If people will follow these laws, then each and every other level will be also in change according to the people behavior. This is really something that modern science not so clear understand and can explain, but it follows from the integrality of our world, so I believe it will be so. Please continue.
Можно мне тоже выступить? Я думаю, что главная функция общества заключается не только в преобразовании реальности,
transformation of reality, but also adapting to it. The adaptive function is very important. And I think that it's not just about learning the laws, but discovering the laws in our life. This will compel us to adapt to them. The more we feel this influence of these laws on ourselves, this is actually happening already. We're already feeling that the transformation of reality is not working anymore. It turns against us. That's why we have to adapt and to change ourselves and the society and not the world around.
Я тоже включусь, продолжу. Действительно, человечество развивалось.
Humanity has been developing for a long time
долгое время под влиянием именно адаптационных
under the influence of adaptive mechanisms in order to adapt better and organize our space around us. At some moments, if we talk about history of evolution in its social aspect, there were times when people felt that at times where that they disconnected from nature way too much. That we have a desire and the mind that was developing very fast. This mind distracted us from the fact that it's not that humans are not disconnected from nature, but they're an integral part of nature. And the answer is yes, it's possible and it's necessary, because otherwise we'll move down a very difficult path. We've come close to this point, the turning point, to feel ourselves connected with multiple threads, with nature and with the space around us, and that we're all interconnected, and this nature cannot develop, including us. It cannot develop in a way it has been. We have to use the knowledge, the wisdom from humanity from the past, which originally established this influence of nature over us. And I think that the work that we do, this will help us to feel the public consciousness, and we can act like a social force, a natural force, only in the direction of the law of development, which says that we have to obey the law of development. Thank you. May I add also, humanity and the universe at large develops according to global laws. And the history of humanity says that any attempts to change these laws, they hit back like a boomerang. They hit humanity back. And the other thing is that if humankind assumes that it has been able to control a certain law of nature, that's because this law has not been studied completely, and that's why we assume that we can control nature. But if we knew that the full extent to which we depend on it, we would see otherwise. And whether we want it or not, we have to follow the laws of development. I'd also like to add, I'm sure that everyone has said this already, but I'd also like to add, everything that has been up to this point is connected not so much following the law of nature, but it's trying to use the law of nature to our own advantage, to use this for our own benefit and exploit others for the same reason. It's the same with individuals and corporations these days. And everyone tries to benefit from all the rest in this way. And we have to make this conclusion that the enemy is in me, and only adapting ourselves to the laws of nature, being in agreement with them, by changing myself, I can bring about this harmony, and everything will happen automatically. If I understand that my desire, if I put my needs above everything else, if this mechanism changes, and this is not that easy because this is our nature, then If we turn this around, we can do this. And our main message is that we shouldn't change anything around us. There's no such thing as bad things. I have this egotistical engine of development. This is the main thing that advances us, but I have to put others above my interests. Then everything will come to harmony, and we'll live in agreement with the laws of nature. I'd like to add a few words. Right now we have this paradigm, noosphere civilization. Vladimir Vernadsky wrote about this, Pierre de Chardin wrote about this. This is what we talk about, that what needs to appear is a harmonious human society that exists in a harmonious way with each other and with nature. But in order for it to exist in a harmonious way, it has to feel itself one system, one family, and this is a big difficulty and the biggest challenge that lies ahead of us. And that's why it's very important in order to accelerate this process is to understand that this variety of nations and states, and in each one of those states there will be multiple parties and multiple religions who are very different, and this is not only useful but it's necessary in order to create this harmonious society, in order to come to this society which exists in a harmonious way. And we have to remind ourselves that we don't know a planet like this which allows for intelligent life to exist, and that's why we have to become one single humanity. I think that's very important. May I add also, I think the question is not whether it's possible or not, but how to do it. The thing is that our human society is also developed according to these laws of development, and we're in a certain stage of that development right now. The question is, how do we get to the next evolutionary degree? How do we recognize it? How do we see it? And how can we come to it? And the question is simple. If we do this, at some point we'll become some warm-blooded little warm-blooded mice that have survived all the catastrophes, and if not, we'll be like the dinosaurs that were destroyed, and it's up to us.
I would like to add to everything that you already said, and those are very important things, that we as scientists have an extremely important role in this process, because we are both inside of the system and outside of the system. On one hand, what we do is participate in the process of evolution and development of the system. And at the same time, we have the capability of working collaboratively and learning the laws from outside, analyzing the system, learning what factors are influencing the system and how they are doing it. And we are also capable of providing this knowledge and advice to those who need to make decisions for the future of the world. So we are in a unique position, but it brings a lot of responsibility that needs to be used and leveraged for the change that we are looking forward to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful discussion. Our next question is, what role can integral education play in bringing humanity together? What role can integral education play in bringing humanity together? Well, there's a follow-up question to that. Maybe this would... Professor Krasnov. Wonderful. Please. Thank you.
Давайте я начну. Ну, по сути, понятие образования, оно включает в себя две составляющие. Это обучение, это как передача знаний, которые накоплены человечеством. И если мы берем формальное образование, то это формирование тех компетентностей, которые необходимы потом на рабочем месте. Это одна составляющая. Вторая составляющая — это воспитание.
Goal. And the second part is upbringing. So when we're speaking of upbringing, it means forming socially accepted and acceptable modes of behavior which form an individual in a certain way so that it agrees with, corresponds to certain laws of society that they exist in, and which initiate this system of education. Because we see that in different cultures there are different types of education, and they exist in order to support the development of the society in which this person exists. I would like to emphasize this part of upbringing more. How is this formed? How does this upbringing happen? It's an attempt to repeat the models of behavior that have existed throughout our history. It's like a replication of ways of behaving. An integral education attempts to form a new model of behavior. Not the one that exists, but the one that we want to achieve. Many systems of education try to forecast what kind of education should exist in our society, but this is done in an intuitive way and directed at supporting national systems, manufacturing, culture, and so on. And in essence, the system that has been forecasting what humanity should be like on the next level. This is what futurologists do, but they can also extrapolate using the existing templates, existing schemas. But in order to create something that is expected from us by nature, then integral education allows us to achieve this. This is what the scientists in this field try to model these these modes of behavior that we discussed in the last question. I would add to this, the third aspect is education, upbringing, and also development, and what we need to give people. We need to give people knowledge, the laws, on the material level, on the social level, on the spiritual level. People have to know about the laws. Because not knowing the law doesn't absolve you of responsibility. In upbringing, the only way we can do it is by example. If we if we don't pass on the necessary skills to people that they need to have to use the knowledge that we give them, then they can't use it. It's very important to give them the opportunity to develop certain skills, which we have to put in them. And a person needs to know how to develop these instruments in a certain team, for example, that does these things. So it's the three whales: education, upbringing, and development.
Можно мне тоже несколько слов сказать? По-моему, здесь есть одна большая проблема, о которой надо, очевидно, как-то нам подумать.
Another thing we have to think about is we'll teach certain models of behavior.
Как они будут соединяться с
how will these models of behavior that we give to people will connect to the ones that exist now? I think it's a very important thing. There shouldn't be a double standard in this.
Правильная воспитательная мера. И вместе с тем, вероятно, далеко не все модели интегрального поведения можно будет использовать.
I assume that not all the models of integral education will be applicable to real life at work, in education, and so on, except for certain groups, integral groups, where people are consciously developing. So the question is, which models of behavior can we use in society? Which ones can we use? Which ones can't we use? I think it's an important question.
Thank you so much. Wonderful discussion. We do have a follow-up question to that. And the question is, what examples of practical implementation of the integrated methodology are available in different areas of knowledge and activity? I will repeat. What examples of practical implementation of the integrated methodology are available in different areas of knowledge and activity?
Perhaps I can offer a possibility. It's not exactly, but one area might be considered the semiconductor industry. The integrated circuit was born out of inevitable dead end in electronics in such areas of speed, memory, power consumption, etc., and specifically concerning space applications, weight. It took interdisciplinary work, in physics, chemistry, metallurgy, various other fields together, and basically in quality control. Had there been less competition, more collaboration, far faster progress would have been made, product compatibility would have been better, cost reduction, etc. If they did a true integration as well as the circuits being integrated. However, even in the world of the circuit itself, the very fact that they were able to do that led that nonetheless, because of Moore's law, which was a law that transistor number per chip increased by about 2 per every 2 years, and it's just ending now. Because of economic reasons, not technological, including many innovations in materials and such that around it, that you have incredible increases in speed. I mean, there's nothing more to say, but your mobile phones and your laptops lie before you. One last thing I just close it on that is the 20th century futurist Arthur C. Clarke stated that any sufficiently advanced technology will appear like magic to a simpler society. And one is really awestruck at the potential of integral methodology if applied to humans and human society itself, becoming the technology over its all then balanced and integrated particular endeavors.
At the moment, this example of practical implementation of the integrated methodology are still in their infancy. And moreover, it suffers from a lack of consultation and absence of unity between the actors wishing to carry out this program. This is paradoxical for such a program advocating an integrated methodology. It will be a question of quickly constituting an institution coordinating the implementation of specific programs of this method of integration and the most varied field of our societies. And let us firmly hope that IWRI will be the beacon.
Thank you. For all the speakers who are answering questions, if you could speak a little bit slower, since our translators will do a much better job at understanding and hearing the words. Thank you so much. Please continue.
I think that maybe one of the easiest ways to implement the integrated methodology would be in terms of collaborative research across disciplines and across different parts of the world. This is something that we can do on our own from the beginning, and we do not actually need many resources. So we can give an example also to other scientists and also to other people who would like to use this methodology, how you can use different approaches and different methodologies and combine them in order to gain a completely different and much more objective point of view about the reality and about the topics that we are looking into. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have questions from yesterday, and we will address those. We have one more question from a roundtable. What does the new civilizational strategy of integral education and upbringing look like? What does the new civilizational strategy of integral education and upbringing look like?
All right, I should jump in again, but regarding education, I would classically have looked at participants separately, indeed noting their social interactions, but only as part of their personal encounter with the environment. With integral education, the matter becomes like a tensor analysis. That is where the effect of n participants upon each of n-1 others forms an n by n matrix, with diagonal elements being the independent nature of the participants themselves. And alternatively, this could have been seen as a network of weighted connections like neural networks used to program artificial intelligence. The goal is not to lose the humanity of the individuals, but rather the opposite, to add a vast new social connection dimension to it. The complexities will make the preferred educational environment an online one, as I'd say it, as presently forced upon us in any case due to the pandemic. In this manner, the databases required are automatically generated, leaving us just to develop the appropriate analysis tools. Integral upbringing means a home has become both a support to IE outside the home and a family-sized role model of its principles inside. This means mutual love and responsibility demonstrated in a roundtable democracy within common sense limits, given that some members may be very young children, of course.
Well, thank you. We do have from Serhiy Lubenko a question. All the speakers speak of the universal laws of nature. Which laws are we talking about? Or is everyone talking about their personal universal laws? I will repeat. All the speakers speak of the universal laws of nature. Which laws are we talking about? Or is everyone talking about their personal universal laws? Thank you.
Okay. I'll speak in Russian, probably, in order to make more points. Мы говорим про универсальные законы.
We're speaking about universal laws which actually exist in nature. For example, the law of harmony, of balance. Actually, science doesn't understand why our system of the universe has to be in such balance. Because in terms of physics, what could have been is something completely different. Some other kind of arrangement. Physics talks about interaction. Physics and other sciences already understand nature in a complex way. And the law of equivalence of qualities and resonance. But when we talk about the society, there is no science that can explain phenomena in a universal way, that can explain everything that's happening on the levels of still, vegetative, and animate. We can, so plants and animals, we can draw some accurate conclusions, maybe when talking about electricity and so on, but not so much on the social level. Another thing is that the general and the particular are equal, the fractality of our existence. Especially in the living organisms, an animal is born as a small copy of its parents. But maybe it's much more so even in the minerals and plants. And the law of globality. Scientists say that this reveals certain code in nature, and science, contemporary science, is very far away from deciphering that code. Another thing is we see that there is a golden section in everything, in the micro world and the macro world, and this golden section it's never been understood by scientists where it came from and how to relate to it. And why is that so? Is because in our reality, in our universe, there is a certain code. But what is this code? Who coded these codes? Of course, that's a mystery to scientists. I'll also add, Professor Ephraim, it's not enough for us to state these laws and develop them in different disciplines. We know there is a law of development. We can see them in many disciplines, but nevertheless, we forget and we ask the same questions, and we forget that development is a rather complex process. It's connected to evolution. There are parallels here. Evolution is something that's already happened. And there are certain stages. And when we talk about social evolution, we see that humanity, human society first appeared, and now it's a society, and it's also humankind. And it goes down this process of evolution in a certain way. people developed in an unconscious way, just following instincts. And the other stages here are the stages of appearance and disinformation and stagnation and so on. We can refer to the past and see how society developed. We don't want to accept that right now we're in the stage of transformation, which precedes decline. Nowadays, we're transforming from our material level, which is the plane in which we existed for most of our history. As Vernadsky is saying, we're at the verge of moving to the spiritual degree. And we somehow have to take the laws and explain them in a practical way. We have to remember that nowadays there is a strategy of education and upbringing, starts from newborns and to adults. I'd like to mention another law, which I think is one of the most important ones. We see that development happens from the simplest constituent parts of the world through unity, from simple to the complex, and then there's a connection of these into more complex parts. When we speaking of the existence of matter on Earth, for example, this hierarchy of still, vegetative, animate, and human, the matter is folded in a smaller volume, but has a more complex structure. It's more saturated with information. Here there is a principle that this development of nature, it pushes all the parts to development in two ways. It's being drawn to development individually when the individual wants to grow, and the limitations that a higher level places on the individual. If this part starts to harm the other elements, then it's limited by the system. And these parts have to obey the interests of the many, and we have to see if where we're harming the general and where it's for the good. So we have to talk about this law of conformity of the individual to the general.
Thank you so much. This is. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'd like to add a few words. That's correct. The individual the particular has to conform to the general.
и совершенно разнородных, иногда противоположных желаний, стремлений разных людей, движений, партий.
Where the general is made up of very conflicting different elements, parties, movements, and so on, different nations and countries that are at a different level of development and want different things. So connecting this this variety is by realizing that this variety is good, and the unity that is revealed in the balance of opposites. And perhaps this is very close to this concept of the golden ratio, the golden section, and similar to the law of dialectics, where the opposites are the most important thing. That's the key thing for anything to exist. Things exist together, and when they exist together, that's where we get this connection of the particular into one. And this variety, these disparate objects have to exist.
Thank you so much. A wonderful discussion. Thank you so much. We do need to move on. We begin with our presenters for today. For those of you who have come in during this roundtable discussion, this is our second day of our second International Scientific conference. And the topic for our conference is solving the global problems of modernity. I think there's a misspelled word there, through integration in society and science and culture. And our first speaker for today is Mr. Maxim Savinkov. He is a psychologist from Russia, and he will be presenting today methods for improving personal and social effectiveness of a person. Thank you so much, Mr. Savinkov. Thank you.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Я всех приветствую, рад
Hello, dear
видеть вас.
friends. Greetings to everyone. I'll show you a small presentation I've prepared.
Тема презентации — это как раз методика повышения личной и социальной эффективности
The topic is developing a method of growing an individual and social effectiveness of a person. I prepared this with my colleague Vyacheslav Korsakov. We've been working together since 2016, and in this time we developed multiple courses, formats, directions, and now we'll try to tell you in more detail. We'll have, these are the contents of today's presentation. We'll talk about us, about the goals of the method, the uniqueness, the essence, some specific things, and individual work, group work, and so on. And we'll have time for questions. A bit about us, about the authors. Myself, I'm Maxim Savinkov.
Уже более 15 лет я работаю семейным психологом.
I have been
изучал
a family psychologist, specialized in conflict management. I've been studying certain esoteric practices, methods of increasing effectiveness, personal effectiveness, and my partner, my colleague is Vyacheslav Korsakov. He comes from business. He's an entrepreneur with a 20-year experience.
Психологии и всего опыта из взаимодействия человека в сфере семьи
So
опыта,
we took
как человек
my experience
реализует
of
себя в работе, в
interacting
бизнесе, в любом
in
деле.
his
Мы на
family,
балансе
with
вот
people
этих
around him,
основных жизненных сфер
and we
человека мы как
combine
раз
this
и
with
пришли
business,
к
how a
тому,
person can
что
realize
каждому
themselves
человеку очень важно в своей жизни найти
in
баланс.
personal
То есть
effectiveness.
невозможно просто
And
развиваться в
the
семейной
emphasis of
сфере
this
или
method
в
is how to
сфере
find the
работы.
balance, because I
Важно как
can't
раз каждому
develop
человеку,
in
во-первых,
just
это
one
раскрыть свою
particular
уникальность,
area of my
свое
life. I have to
предназначение,
balance things in the right
свой
way
творческий, духовный потенциал и
to
реализоваться в основных
realize
жизненных
my
сферах. Это здоровье, семья, работа, общество. И как раз-таки в нашей
creative
методике мы
potential
предлагаем человеку
and to realize myself in all the
технологию
other
осознанного
areas.
развития и
We have a
полностью развития
technology of
окружения.
conscious
То есть как
development
человеку создать
and
в своей жизни
development of
то необходимое
their
развивающее
environment,
окружение,
how a
которое
person
поможет
can
человеку
create
выйти на следующую эволюционную
an
ступень своего
environment which will
развития.
allow them to
Чтобы
reach the
было
next degree of
понятно,
their evolution.
о чем мы говорим, мы как раз сделали вот
To make
такую
this a bit
схему
more clear,
классическую,
we made
где у человека есть его материальная
a little
плоскость, в
graph
которой он
here.
живет и
A person
существует. Это
has
три
their
классические
material
сферы.
plane,
Это
the
сфера
three
здоровья.
classical
Здесь имеется в виду не
spheres.
просто
Here in the
физическое
middle,
здоровье, это здоровье тела,
we
здоровье
have
разума, здоровье духа. То есть,
we have
чтобы человек
health, which
действительно был
is
гармоничный,
not just the
развитый,
body, it's also the
здоров.
mind and the
Дальше.
spirit.
Это очень важная сфера, это сфера семьи, близких
Another
отношений.
important thing on the
Это
right
сфера, где
here is the
человек
family.
ощущает, что он кому-то нужен, где реализуется очень важная
This is when a person
человеческая
feels that they're
потребность быть
needed.
нужным, ощущать свою
This
принадлежность, что я
realizes a
у меня
person's
есть
very
те люди,
important
которые меня любят,
tendency,
ценят,
desire to to feel needed,
это очень важная сфера
to have
работы.
people that support me.
Работа имеется в виду
And
реализация.
on the left
Это
here,
там, где я
we have
чувствую себя
work. This is
значимым,
where
где я что-то делаю,
this is where I
где
feel
я во что-то
important,
вкладываюсь,
where I
где
feel
я себя реализую, где я чувствую, что я не
realized,
просто
where
так
I
проживаю свою
invest
жизнь, а
myself
что-то
in,
еще и
that I don't
произвожу
just
в этом
live my
мире.
life, but I also
И кроме вот этой
produce
материальной
something.
плоскости,
And apart
у
from this
которой
material plane, we have
человеку очень сложно в обычной своей жизни
horizontally
найти
in the middle.
баланс. Потому что очень
It's
часто
very
такое
important to
бывает,
find
что
a
нам не
balance.
хватает времени, нам не хватает сил.
We often feel that we don't
Либо
have
пытаясь в семье
time, we don't
наладить
have
отношения,
we
либо пытаясь на работе выстроить, допустим, карьеру или
don't have
бизнес, либо
the
занимаясь
force
своим здоровьем.
to do
И
certain
вот обычно
things.
так
Maybe
мы бегаем.
I'm focused on my
Мечемся
work, maybe I'm
между
focused
семьей,
on my
работой,
health,
здоровьем.
and
Как
that's
все
what I do.
успеть?
I'm running between
Как
my family,
преуспеть во
my
всех этих
work, and
сферах?
other
Как
things.
сделать так, чтобы все
How
были
do I
довольны?
succeed in all
И как
these
сделать так, чтобы
things,
действительно
in all these
чувствовать себя
areas?
реализованным
How
и
can I
нужным,
feel
и значимым, и еще ощущать
happy?
себя в
How can I
безопасности.
feel that everyone around
И
me is happy?
чтобы
How can I
понимать, как
feel
выстраивается баланс у человека, мы как раз
safety,
добавили еще одну сферу, еще
security?
одну плоскость.
And
Это
we've
плоскость
added
духовная.
another
Она связана в
plane
первую
to
очередь
this. This
с
is
внутренним
the plane
осознанием
of
человека, с
spirit, of the
самоощущением, с
spiritual. This is
развитием
connected
его
to the
не
person's
просто каких-то
self-identification,
материальных интересов, а это как раз
not
повышение
just
духовности человека. Это сфера
some
развития,
material
где человек
interests.
стремится быть
This is
осознанным и как раз понимать и
the
разбираться,
sphere of
какие законы
development.
существуют в
This
мире,
helps a
какие
person to
законы
understand
влияют
which
на
laws
меня,
exist in the
какие
world,
законы
which
влияют на
ones
взаимоотношения с людьми,
influence me,
и какие
and
законы
which
влияют
ones
вообще на развитие
affect
нашего
me
мира,
and the people around
общества.
me,
То есть,
and my
насколько
interaction
я
with them, and
понимаю
the
эти
development
законы,
of
насколько я им не
society.
противоречу.
And I
Понимая,
understand,
как работают
I
природные
have to
законы,
understand
которые
these
влияют на
laws in order
меня,
to
на
understand
окружающих людей
to
и
what
мир
extent
вокруг,
I'm
я
in
тогда
agreement
понимаю, как
with them,
мне
or
эти
vice
законы не
versa.
нарушать, как минимум.
How can I
И,
avoid breaking
естественно,
these
точно
laws?
так же это к духовной плоскости мы отнесли сферу
And
человеческого
in the
общества.
spiritual,
То есть, где человек,
we've
он
also
реализует
included
себя в обществе, являясь полезным обществу,
the human
и
society, how a
чувствуя, что он
person can be
оценен и
useful in the
признан
society,
обществом по
how
достоинству.
to feel
Что
that
человек в
a
этом
person
обществе, в котором он
is
живет, он занимает
appreciated in the
важный пазл,
society,
то
where
есть
it
важное
takes up
место.
an important puzzle
По
piece, an
сути, это вот
important
та
place.
схема, по которой мы
This is the
человека проводим, то есть помогаем ему увидеть себя с абсолютно разных сторон, увидеть все свои сферы, которые для него важны, и
allows a
узнать, как
person
эти сферы между собой сбалансировать. Как человеку
to
стать
see
центром, который
areas,
правильно
which
выстраивает
spheres exist,
взаимоотношения в сфере
and how
семьи,
to
работы,
balance himself
свою роль и
between all
взаимоотношения в
these.
обществе, и к этому всему прикладывает как бы такую очень важную часть, как развитие.
and include another important element, which is development. Material and spiritual and emotional. This method allows a person to reveal their uniqueness, to have a more conscious attitude to themselves and to life. It moves the focus from this external mess that we see outside to inner states, desires, and intentions. It talks about how to increase personal effectiveness, efficiency, to balance one's life, and to receive positive results in all areas of their life. How to apply this in a person's life. When we live and interact with others. The essence of the method is in 3 levels. First is increasing sensitivity to oneself. We show the person that we have an animal part, an egotistical part, which exists according to the law of the jungle, to receive everything that a person wants, needs, to enjoy nature and everything that it's given to the person. And the human part, which is not just to feel one's own desires, but also feel other things that may exist in me apart from some physiological processes, not just what my body and my mind want. How can I feel? How can I feel my inner sphere? This is where I get to love. Is this some sexual feelings, or maybe this is something deeper? This is an intersection. Human is at the intersection of the material and the spiritual. It's very important to increase this sensitivity. What it's made up of, how it functions. Another thing is increasing sensitivity to people. Why is this important? Because humans are social creatures, and without this, we just exist in ourselves, maybe in harmony with nature, but we know Mowgli, who doesn't develop as a human being. The society develops us in a human way, and it makes us able to feel and understand more than I need, to develop my mind and my feelings towards others. It's very important to increase sensitivity to people, to understand how communication works between us, which processes happen, how we influence each other. When we talk to each other, how can we provoke our animal side, where we start being competitive and in survival mode, and how can we evoke our human side, where we live in peace, in the mode of creation, and so on. Here it's very important to understand how, by interacting with others, we can get to this level of creation and existing above ourselves. And the third level is sensitivity to the world. The method of working with the system of the world around us.
не знаю, текущая вода. Если реку перегородить, и она не
It's like a flow of water. If we block the river,
в озеро, потом в
it
болото,
will
потом
become a lake
и исчезнет.
and
Понимая, как работают
will
законы природы,
disappear.
куда они нас
By
толкают,
understanding
куда
the
они
laws
нас
of
двигают,
nature
мы
and the
сможем
world around
распознать
us,
ту
and being
эволюционную
sensitive to the
ступеньку,
world
которую
around us, we'll
человеку
be
нужно
able to get
шагнуть.
to the next
Ну вот, собственно говоря, то, о
to
чем
the
сегодня
next
разговаривали.
degree that we have
Какой
to
следующий шаг? А куда нам двигаться?
where we have to take the
Как
next
нам
step
дальше
in
развиваться?
order
Как
to
не
grow.
повышать мою
How do we
эффективность? Не только мою
grow? How do I
личную, но еще
grow
и социальную
in
эффективность. То есть
efficiency, not just my
эффективность того
personal
общества, в
efficiency,
котором
but
этот мир
also
находится, и которое
my
обязательно на
social
меня влияет, хотел бы я
efficiency?
этого или нет.
How the world around me affects me and how
Соответственно, мы
can I react?
затрагиваем 3 уровня. Это уровень «я» человека, это тот уровень, где у человека есть его тело, разум и дух, его действия, его мысли, его глубинные состояния. Это уровень «я плюс я», то есть это уровень наших коммуникаций, где человек взаимодействует на 3 уровнях. Это базовые уровни: семья, работа и общество. И уровень «мы», уровень законов. То есть уровень «я» — это уровень объектов, уровень «я плюс я» — это уровень процессов, которые происходят между объектами. Уровень «мы» — это уровень законов, которые на нас влияют, хотим мы этого или нет. И это как раз-таки законы эффективности, законы творчества, которые каждый из нас может проявлять, законы реализации, законы призвания. Это как мне в этом обществе себя реализовать. И как раз-таки законы системы высшего управления, законы предназначения. То есть какова моя роль не только относительно себя, относительно людей, которые меня окружают, а какова моя вообще роль в этом мире. То есть смысл моего существования. Я создан для чего? Потому что в природе нет ничего бесполезного, и даже самые мельчайшие, казалось бы, может быть, ненужные элементы в природе, они для чего-то нужны. Поэтому очень важно человеку выяснить суть своего предназначения относительно всего мира.
It's very important for a person to
Очень важно это как
realize
раз схема, по которой мы человеку
the goal
помогаем
of
тестировать
existence.
себя и проверить, какой уровень желаний у человека на данный момент приоритетен и преобладает. Потому что в любой момент времени с нами может
It's very important to know which level is more
каждый человек
predominant at a certain time.
ему становится страшно, где на него накатывает депрессия, и кроме того, как безопасно,
Sometimes a person feels
человек, может быть, больше ни о чем и не мечтает. В какой-то момент человек становится способен к развитию, он уже способен принадлежать какой-то команде, группе, с помощью которой он развивается. Точно так же, как ребенок, например, идет в школу, где он уже готов принадлежать какому-то сообществу, которое помогает ему развиваться. В какой-то момент человек может оказаться на уровне, где свободе,
craving freedom and want to feel that he is significant, that he's not just born in this world for nothing. I need to make something of myself. And this is the level when the person feels the desire to do something for the world, to be special. And the person could start feeling himself on a level that he wants to be useful to the environment, to be big for other people, to do something for other people, because that's how the person could be useful. And so this is correspondingly the person climbs this ladder and realize himself in reality. And also it is important for a person to feel to feel that he wants to do something for this world and understand what's going on and how he can be helpful in this world, how it can be feel safe and at the same time relationship to the world, and the environment supports me, and to feel that he could find his place in the world. So all that the person needs to realize and understand what's his place and how to climb that ladder. To learn this world and follow the rules of this world and how those laws work and how to use those laws to the benefit of himself and environment.
Человеческой и, собственно говоря, глобальной в рамках нашей природы. Что касается особенностей работы по методике, то есть как мы людям даем возможность повысить собственную эффективность, личную и социальную, что необходимо делать. Это как раз-таки 3 части, которые помогают человеку, во-первых, пройти стадию обучения, образования.
The features of the work according to methodology in material world and development of the level of desires, intimate, security, peace, comfort, and so the learning environment is educational course such as health, family, work, society, development, personal, professional, and spiritual. There are some courses that
как преуспеть в обществе, как, допустим, развиваться, ну, не знаю, там, духовно или, может быть, личностно. Но здесь как раз
how to develop spiritually,
как человеку развиваться гармонично,
how a person could develop harmoniously in the environment, including all the spheres of the environment.
Начинаем обучаться.
If we start learning this balance between ourselves and the world, then the person can gradually develop all the levels of his life harmoniously without any disbalance and suffering. So it wouldn't be too much in one place and too little in another. So he needs to. The second part is the environment of like-minded person. So the person could be that club of like-minded person enables space for creativity, inspiration, and positive outlook. Also building skills of effective communication, support and development. And the third part is activities. It concerns development and implementation of following projects. That would be round tables, workshops, master classes and webinars, projects and courses. The work of a person, according to the methodology, consists of personal and collective work. So how the person could use what he learned in these courses to real life. So there's not enough time, so I would like to say also that when the person works according to that methodology, the person can come to a new level and to see what the reality feels from the level I plus one, not from my narrow outlook, but from the wide world, the personal work. So it is important to give the body what is needed to remove tension, to help relax, cheer up. For the mind, it is necessary to remove restrictions, stereotypes, help to think constructively, lead out of the comfort zone into development zone, develop cognitive awareness, and also group work. A development environment helps you to grow continuously, personally, professionally, and spiritually. Ordinary environment locks you to stay the same, comfortable for them, in other words, stagnate. So the methodology provides for interactive lectures with the purpose to provide the necessary theoretical training, to analyze and structure the available information, to get rid of information overload, discussion, coaching, practical exercises with the purpose to clear the mind and come to improved awareness, to replace negative stereotypes and patterns with cognitive thoughts that help to live effectively and happily. game techniques, modeling, playing situations from real life and project work with a purpose to help a person to see himself with new eyes, to realize his strengths and see the areas that he needs to be worked on, to form effective models of behavior. There are many courses now, course Effective Life Management, Club of Like-Minded People, Purpose and Awareness, course How a Woman Can Become Happy in a Relationship with a Man and Realize Yourself in Life, Women's Club Purpose to Be a Woman, course Business and Purpose, course Simple Steps to Mutual Happiness, and pilot project Men's Club. So if you have any questions, please.
Thank you so much. This was fascinating. Yes, we do have one question that we can take. We're a little bit over time. The question is from one of our social media venues. Something is not clear how our psyche relates to the spiritual.
Дело в том, что мы рассматриваем человека
We look at the person as a body, mind, and soul. So the psychological work is one of the levels for the purpose to develop, for the person to develop harmoniously. So development of person, it's developing by the personal development, how I relate to other people, professional development, how I, in that aspect, am I somebody or I don't feel myself at all, or spiritual development. It's based on person realizing how person work, how person's mind works, and the social environment that he's in, and how to integrate in the social environment. Because if person studies some kind of spiritual laws and doesn't understand them, then he would be somewhere in religion start, and how he will integrate and practice in society, he wouldn't understand that. So he needs to understand his personal development growth and understand psychological laws of development between people and how people work, and then he understands how to use spiritual laws.
Fascinating. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful response. We do have to move on. We do have other questions, but we hope to address them a little bit later. Our next speaker is Dr. Benzion Geertz, and he is from Israel. He will speak on the topic of Back from the Brink. Inclusion-based dialogue, education for the new reality. Thank you. Dr. Geertz?
Hello to everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Can you please provide me the sharing screen option?
Yes, it is provided, please.
Yes, thank you. So I will make best efforts, not reading, but talking, and tell you exactly what I think can be effective and important for us. So as I was presenting, I want to speak about the inclusion-based dialogue. This is a tool that I will suggest that we should use today. And the goal is to change the next level consciousness of men. So whatever science we go, futurology or seeking for solutions, the object of the now, or the subject is men. And what we want to change the relations, the human interactions. For this, we need to change the next level of consciousness. I would like to show you a small, very short clip. Maybe you know this. It is from also a similar Congress of Scientists, which was held in Düsseldorf, 2006.
This came to an almost unanimous.
Okay.
This came to an almost unanimous agreement that in order to better understand.
One sec. Yes.
And what's happening to justice came to an almost unanimous agreement that in order to better understand what's happening today, we must identify and examine our very roots.
Then the path is within man to come into a dialogue with the next step of consciousness. This is a real dialogue within, not only what we will have in the next days outside.
This came to
Dr. Geertz, I think we're having issues not seeing your screen or hearing your sound.
We must identify and examine our very roots.
Then the path is within man to come into a dialogue with the next step of consciousness. This is a real dialogue within, not only what we will have in the next days outside.
This came.
Okay, so I hope you could hear the text and the voice. Was it clear? No?
Not very clear, no.
Okay, I shared the voice and the sound. Okay. So, okay, just one last attempt.
This came to an almost unanimous.
Okay. You can see now the picture.
No, we
You don't see the picture?
No, we do not.
Okay. Okay.
Please share the whole screen and not just the window.
Okay. I will then share the whole screen, no problem. Now you can see the picture?
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Came to an almost unanimous agreement that in order to better understand what's happening today, we must identify and examine our very roots.
Then the path is within man to come into a dialogue with the next step of consciousness. This is a real dialogue within, not only what we will have in the next days outside.
This came to an almost unanimous agreement that in order to better understand what's happening today, we must identify and examine our very roots.
Then the path is within man to come into a dialogue with the next step of consciousness. This is a real dialogue within, not only what we will have in the next days outside.
This came to an almost unanimous agreement that in order to better understand.
Okay, so I hope that it could be heard now and watched. Yes, was okay, Elena? Thank you.
Yes, it was great.
Okay,
Thank you.
So exactly this is what inspired me these days as well, that it was also even said 15 years ago, that all what we need to search is our next level. This is what we basically try to do in science, in philosophy, whatever. And the next level should be the next level of our consciousness, searching for the next level of reality. And this should be researched through human interactions. And what I suggest that we should dedicate all our resources to this. Personally, what I'm doing now is first I'm working about intercommunication course, which will be based on this dialogue. And I'm already holding a small group through an online group, and also conducting this dialogue-based inclusion. I will show you in short also what does it mean dialogue-based inclusion, and why inclusion is a very important key, because a lot of questions have about round circles, and there are so many methods. But here, this dialogue-based inclusion is based on ontological structure of reality. I adapted the attitude of Martin Buber and David Bohm, and as well of Bala Sulam and Rabash, which all together comprise a whole method which enable a theoretical basis and also a practical tool. So about the problems of our current world, we all know. I don't want to spend many words about that. We don't want to be, of course, get into chaos. But for this, as I said before, we should really need to go to the next level of our consciousness. One rule which I also adapted, also from Buber, Bohm, Bala Sulam, Gandhi, which speak that they claim that what we want to discover about our reality, we can call it eternity, God, whatever, but about our creation must be investigated through human interactions. So, and this is the attitude that I suggest nowadays, again, to stick to this attitude, more and more investigate human interactions. This is, of course, the dialogue, this dialogue which is based in inclusion also enables a very detailed instruction by Bohm, by Buber, and especially as one who's being involved in such a practicum for so many years, especially I speak about inclusion, I feel very enthusiastic to do it. Because these maybe philosophies or theories were not implemented because the scholars usually use philological research, but not phenomenological research. So, yes, so we don't want, of course, to have a great cost for human life, as we see today, because we want really to move forward. So this is really what we see here, these wheels, that we want to integrate them together, and this dialogue really enables this to be accomplished. And when we speak about systems, complex systems, whatever systems we want to investigate, humans is the main component in this system, because that's the most powerful effect on the systems, and they are all ruled by humans. So that's what we need. And we know that all success and all failures are because of human nature. Yes, about, as I said, about complex systems, we also, as humans, also transfer information. So that's also another step that we can make ahead, not only about networks of neurons or whatever, but also as we, as humans, how we comprise a complex system and transfer information between us. And of course, all of this can be practically experimented in this dialogue circle, inclusion-based tool as I suggest. Okay, so these are the sources which I mentioned, see David Bohm, Buber, Bala, Sulam, and Rabash. Everyone has its own part for contribution to this whole complete method. David Bohm is a very famous physicist, Martin Buber is a very important philosopher of education and more. Bala Sulam has enabled a cosmology, a full cosmological theory of structures, and Rabash has really put in detail all these dialogue forms, very practical. What is interesting that because this dialogue is known, but Martin Buber extracted this dialogue from his research of the Hasidut. And but there was no one to implement it. He could just write about it. He was talking about affinity, about dialogue, that man does not exist as a separate part, but only when he is found in a conversation, in a dialogue with the other. And this is the structure, the basic structure of our existence. So I almost reached to my end presentation. So in inclusion-based dialogue, as I said, investigates the interplay of desires and how they engage and interact. So as I also saw here in previous presentations, the first opening presentation of Professor Ephraim, I saw also that there must be dedicated a part of research about desires. So I also adapted to this dialogue theory as an ontological part of as a desire from Bala Sulam. So in short, what is this inclusion-based dialogue? This is a relation of two or more people. This is an event which is experienced in common. It has certain rules. This is not empathy. Usually it might be confused with empathy, and Martin Buber also writes about it. This is not empathy. And this is very needed today in every place, because man doesn't know his place, what structure he lives in. As one who is doing now pedagogy for my certificate, I see that teachers, they have no relation to the students, to the pupils, just transferring a knowledge, and also the student has no connection, just to get his grades, and that's all. So there is no substantial relational connection between them. And imagine yourself if the teacher and the student would be in a dialogue, in an inclusion-based dialogue, where they will feel equal and really apprehend this affinity, and knew the next level of our consciousness, which is the next level of our reality. Yes, and then this is the final quote from David Bohm. We say that undivided wholeness in the flowing movement, this is what we want really to achieve by this dialogue circle, which is based in inclusion. as a tool for investigation. I also suggest it also to all the colleagues here to use this in their collaborative work. And I also suggest to be focused really on the next level of our consciousness and of our reality, because otherwise this will retain us in our current state or even take us even backwards. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gerritz. That was fascinating. Do we have any questions? Let's see. I'm not sure that there is a particular question here, but I'm not sure it is. I'll have to ask for someone to clarify what that is. It seems, I really think we need someone to look at that question. I'm not sure how to ask that. Is there anybody here that would like to address Dr. Gerritz? Okay. Well, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Professor Vladimir Krasnov from the Ukraine. And Professor Krasnov is going to present visualization as a new challenge to human evolution. Thank you. Dr. Krasnov?
Yes. Здравствуйте, многоуважаемые коллеги.
Hello, everybody. Hello, colleagues.
Надеюсь, меня хорошо слышно.
I hope that you can hear me well. And I would like once more to greet everybody at this conference and express a huge gratitude to organizers of such a great scientific event.
Расшарю экран.
So I'm going to share my screen now.
Я надеюсь, вы видите.
I hope you can see my screen.
Так, я хотел вам
So I would like to present one of the research components that refers to a very popular topic right now, virtualization, and the problem of virtualization that we could look at as the function of the humanity today. A few words of the socialization of the individual. We talked about it at the round table. It is the process of integrating an individual into a social system, entering the social environment through mastering its social norms, rules and values, knowledge and skills that allow him to function successfully in society. And socialization of the individual is the basis of human evolution. Through the process of socialization, society replicates its culture and the possibility of development. And also dissocialization, loss of connection with the society, like on a desert island, needs human degrade to basic level, like feral children, the so-called Mowgli children, like a wild child. And it's going down the pyramid of self-actualization, down to esteem, down to love and belonging, down to safety, and down to psychological. So when a child that grew up in the wild environment, if he's brought back to society at the age, suppose 8, that person cannot realize himself in the society, because he didn't get what he needed when he was developing as a child. And also when person is in isolation on the island with no people around him, then all social components of his realization and sensation himself and feeling himself as a person in the world, all those functioning degrade in him because he did not receive anything like from mirroring in the environment. And so there's a loss of some psychological development, and that needed to be formed in the process of his socialization. So socialization, we can say it is a subconscious absorption of behaviors that are accepted in society. So the model of the society that's right now we could talk about COVID-19. Where did COVID-19 strike? We say that it affected the place of human-to-human communication. It's kind of like hit into that area. So the distance became greater than 2 meters, and distance time is longer than 14 days. And so what does it do to us? And what do those 14 days of suspicion result in us? It is complete severing of social contacts at the physical level. It's the whole world found itself in that kind of situation. So we have collapse of all social systems with people in physical contact with one another. And that is systems of mass entertainment, production office, traditional classroom education. How from recent conversations with the top managers, we could see that the meeting disaster
перенести классическое аудиторное образование просто в конференц-связь. Но вместе с тем подчеркиваю, что начали бурно развиваться следующие направления. Живые модели знаний, виртуальные образовательные среды, дополненная реальность, нейроинтерфейсы.
Neurointerface and those electroencephalogram and system biological backfeed connection. And so we could follow what person feels in this kind of situation.
На основе атласа новых профессий. В интернете можно его найти.
You can find that on the internet.
Интересный эффект из офисных систем. К сожалению, я здесь не могу представить.
So from the recent conversation with top managers, let's say that the meetings are disaster these days. Any emotion is annoying. We had to cut the communication flow to brief and to the point messages. Some of the staff cannot tolerate being on lockdown at home. They say that they go crazy alone with themselves.
Вызывает раздражение. Нам пришлось обрезать коммуникационный поток до рациональных мыслей.
So those are the consequences of the situation that we're in now.
Поэтому ряд сотрудников просто менеджмент вынужденно их вывели обратно в
So the manager had to allow those people to come back to work because they didn't want to lose those employees. So also a problem of perceived miscommunication, misinterpretation in virtual channels of communication. The information loss in conversational communication equals to 80%.
Коммуникационный поток можно было бы разделить на две
So the
составляющие.
20% of verbal distortion and 80% of nonverbal distortion.
Занимает до 80% всего коммуникационного.
It's a big part of the communication, 80% of nonverbal communication.
Сильно искажается вот это вот
So
невербальная
the virtual environment
она теряется.
distorts communication very much.
Вербального.
And if we take that 20% of verbal distortion, so the research shows that it is a lot of loss of information.
И получается, что если наложить вот эти вот все потери и
So if we take all that distortion and loss in communication, that we communicate in so-called false environment
This is a PSA.
with a lot of
You can't believe
distortion.
anything you see these days. These glasses aren't even real. Neither is my face. All this stuff was 3D tracked on using these dots that I drew on with this marker. Actually, the marker isn't real either. Neither is the background. Or my face.
Все не настоящее, все
Have a good night.
нарисовано. Вот такой вот коротенький 10-секундный ролик. Его можно по ссылке найти в интернете. Там, где блогер показывает, что можно сделать настоящим все, что происходит на экране. Дальше. По рациональной составляющей тоже можно говорить, что она уже не работает. Такой интересный эффект, так называемое ВУКа, будущее, там, где характеризует состояние современного мира, которое теряет ориентиры. И вот это вот ВУКа, это идет 4 аббревиатуры по следующим словам: нестабильность, неопределенность, сложность, неоднозначность. Те, кто сейчас пытается выстраивать прогнозы на будущее, ориентируясь в том мире, который нас окружает, пытаясь выстроить тенденции на будущее, подчеркивают, что это практически нереально сделать, потому что мы находимся в системах непрерывного хаоса, и вектор развития того, что происходит, практически невозможно предсказать. Поэтому рациональная составляющая тоже страдает. Дальше, если мы попробуем посмотреть на результаты различных исследований виртуальных сообществ, я, готовясь к этому докладу, поднял целый ряд работ за последние 4 года, не включая, правда, 2020 год, которые исследователи пытались посмотреть, как и каким образом выход молодежи в виртуальные миры, взаимодействие через социальные сети и так далее, каким образом эти эффекты проявляются на индивидуальных характеристиках. Подчеркивается, вот есть ссылка на работу, вот, что растет доля индивидуальных ценностей, то есть самостоятельность, достижения, власть, гедонизм, и уменьшается доля коллективных ценностей, конформность, универсализм, доброта, традиции. То есть начинается расщепление и достаточно четкое влияние интернет-эффектов. Еще целый ряд исследований. Я тут прочитаю только выводы, которые я извлек из статей научных. У меня есть полная подборка. Я просто не успел сюда включить ссылки. Давайте я зачитаю. У постоянных пользователей больше выражена временная связь между настоящим и будущим, а ситуативные пользователи интернета чаще ориентированы на настоящее. Еще один эффект. Наблюдается двойственность в поведении. Проявляется эмоциональная отзывчивость, доброта, мягкосердечность, внимательность в отношениях и одновременно с этим несдержанность, упрямость, вспыльчивость. Еще один компонент. Личность интроицирует новые правила и нормы, принятые в виртуальном социуме, то есть поглощает, абсорбирует. Еще один эффект. В субъективной картине мира личности начинают выделяться 2 позиции по отношению к обществу я в обществе и я и общество. И еще один эффект. Возникают процессы социализации одновременно в двух реальностях. В физическом пространстве и в виртуальном. Там проводились исследования на достаточно обширных выборках, то есть исследователи считают свои результаты репрезентативными. Но что интересно, в разных работах, вот вы даже можете видеть на экране, в разных работах мы получаем одновременно разносторонние эффекты, разнонаправленные эффекты. На основании того, что вот этих вот научных исследований, какие можно было бы сделать выводы, гипотезы. По сути, нас сейчас отрывают от нашего прошлого и от традиций. Из-за чего? У нас, как бы сказать, срезают подтверждение моделей поведения. Каким образом я их подтверждаю? Когда я вращаюсь в физическом обществе, мы уже посмотрели, необитаемый остров, дети Маугли, я все время отзеркаливаю и получаю подтверждение правильности своих моделей поведения. Получается, что сейчас, вот особенно на детях это видно, вот этот эффект, мы получили разрыв вот этой вот цепочки репликаций, культуры, моделей поведения. Дети, получаются, замкнуты в семьях из-за коронавируса. Они меньше ходят в школу, в детские садики. И получается, что нету вот этой вот подтверждения репликации модели поведения, принятой в обществе. Она начинает вытесняться в сторону интернета, в сторону виртуальных миров. Дальше. По сути, если взять результаты, вот эти все научные, которые я прочитал с предыдущего слайда, нас начинает поляризовать вот эта вот ситуация, в которой мы находимся, в разных направлениях. Реальное, нереальное, настоящее, будущее, индивидуализм, социальная направленность. И все эти эффекты идут одновременно. Можно было бы утверждать, что человечество сейчас очень сильно выбито из состояния равновесия. И очень тоже важный момент я хотел подчеркнуть о том, что ложное представление о виртуальных взаимодействиях начинает порождать неправильные ожидания, так называемый эффект стихийной социализации. Из-за чего? Потому что люди не знают, что и каким образом пользоваться виртуальным миром коммуникации, потому что там другое. Прежнее уже не работает. Правила и принципы, они в виртуальном мире другие. Но какие? Мы не успели наработать эти правила поведения. И сейчас они начинают формироваться стихийно. Возникает вопрос, куда же мы движемся? Ну, по сути, так, я не имею права не подчеркнуть. По сути, если мы говорим, что речь идет о соприкосновении или о формировании двух реальностях в одном человеке, то науки, которые занимаются исследованием двух реальностей в одном человеке, они следующие, тоже неполный перечень. Психиатрия, конечно же, она исследует патологические состояния, так называемое раздвоение личности, когда в теле одного человека существует несколько разных личностей или эго-состояний. Психология, культурология изучает трансовое состояние, состояние субличности, когда сознание воспринимает нечто отдельное от себя. Вот. Но очень важный момент, этот эффект, он, как правило, является защитным состоянием, вот, и может являться нормой. Религиоведение, нирвана, сатори, свобода от состраданий, достижение состояния одной мысли и так далее. Но что интересно, если посмотреть вот эти все направления, то эти все эффекты, это является или защитой «я», как эго, или бегство от я-эго защитное. Цитирую Бааль-Сулама. Все, что воспринимается во времени, есть материальное, а любая материальность является составной, то есть что существует два состояния, которые не должны проявляться одновременно. Поэтому он вытесняет их в то время, которое дается ему одно за другим, так, чтобы после выявления усилий эти два состояния наступили бы одновременно, не мешая и не скрывая друг друга совершенно. Это называется, что он поднялся над материальным, а кроме того поднялся над временем. Вот что интересно, из Бааль-Сулама, из его работ можно было бы сделать вывод, что это на данный момент единственное направление, которое мне удалось найти, которое занимается не тем, что Я хочу выйти из своего материального и выбросить его, потому что оно мне мешает. И не как защититься от материального и уйти в иллюзорное. А это направление или эта наука начинает изучать, как можно одновременно быть в этих двух состояниях. Я в материальном, и я то, что как раз сейчас формируется через все виртуальные системы. Вот я неким образом оторванное от своего социального окружения. И так, чтобы я одновременно развивался в этих двух направлениях, и эти два направления помогали бы друг другу и усиливали бы друг друга. Тоже повторюсь из цитаты из бесед с топ-менеджерами, их наблюдения, что интересно. Прямая речь. Те, у кого в жизненном опыте есть практики выхода за пределы себя, то есть менеджеры посмотрели, те из персонала, кто занимался когда-то различными эзотерическими компонентами и так далее, не погрузился туда, они работают, это нормальное социально адаптивное. Вот, если у них был такой опыт, то эти люди, этот персонал решают проблемы, вливаются в команды, и они создают островки радости от работы и жизни. И они работают в расширенном пространстве мировоззрения. Я являюсь яркой личностью для себя, плюс я являюсь яркой личностью для общества. Топ-менеджером является команда на предприятии. Какой можно было бы сделать вывод? Природа нас подталкивает в сторону создания новой модели взаимоотношений. Но я хотел бы подчеркнуть, не виртуальных. Вряд ли можно себе представить, что будущее человечества в виртуальном мире. Судя по всему, нас сейчас, как бы сказать, отрезали от репликаций принятых моделей поведения, исторически принятых в обществе.
It looks like we were cut from the models that we're accustomed to, just to go to the different.
Для чего? Для того,
So this is just the period, transitional period that we would have to develop two conscious, two methods of existence on material and spiritual levels. So right now, it is that the formation of a new generation, that there will be, the consciousness will be formed on two levels. Thank you so much for your attention.
Professor Krasnov. That was great. We have several questions, but due to time, I think we will only be able to take one. This is from Ulya Grekova, and she asks, is it possible for teachers, accordingly, in the conditions of distance education, to change the style from business to informal, and then language from scientific to maximum every day? I can repeat that. Is it possible for teachers, accordingly, in the conditions of distance education, to change the style from business to informal, and the language from scientific to maximum every day?
Спасибо. Если мне правильно, у меня здесь просто идет синхронный перевод.
So if I understood you correctly, trying to answer your question, we talk about teachers and the simplification, as I understand it, more simple principles in educational system, so we could distance ourselves from the complexity of language and come to the state when the student would absorb better what people are trying to convey to him. So experienced teachers see that very well. The effect of misunderstanding or effect of distortion during the communication. By simple words, we can say that communication in the learning process happens. We can tell that as an effect of exchange of the ideas. So this is like so-called decoded frames that each person have their own. So when the person hears a word, that person attached an image that person has in his mind, but not the meaning that the other person tried to convey to him.
Поэтому, может быть, как раз, если мы возьмем детей,
if we look at children, they don't really perceive the words themselves, but they feel the models of behavior of people around him. So virtualization is there's a great loss in the new virtual environment and in the formation of the personality, if I understood the question correctly.
Thank you so much, Professor. There's another. They keep coming in. I will ask one more question. Is it necessary to add new terms further, maybe convey knowledge in a more accessible language and focus on creating a warm atmosphere of trust between the teacher and the student? I will repeat, and this is from the same guest. Is it necessary to add new terms further, maybe convey knowledge in a more accessible language and focus on creating a warm atmosphere of trust between the teacher and the student? Thank you.
Так, ну, судя по всему, тут у меня просто перестал.
I don't think I have a translation now, but I see in the chat a question in the chat. So let me read that and try to answer it. Okay, I can see the question before that I already answered. So shortly I could say, I'll read the question first. Can the teachers in the conditions of the distance learning have the unofficial language? So of course, yes, we can. And of course we should. Because our task or our goal is for children who receive an education would understand what they're going through and not just have some impression. So if you notice, good scientists, they also popularize their scientific research. So would technology allow people to communicate better in the future? Yes, in the list that I had in my presentation, there was a list of components, and it's supposed that in the nearest future we could convey our sensation, our feelings to one another. Something that we can only guess right now, judging by the reaction of the person that we receive. But in the future, we're going to have that in more obvious manner. So the next question: what form of model of behavior, basic model of behavior that we need to realize in society, in the new world? Should we add new terminology and have knowledge much more accessible for people having warm atmosphere and trust between the teacher and the student. Yes, of course, there are a few questions here, so I'm reading all of them. The atmosphere of trust between the student and the teacher. I could say that I'm a teacher myself. And I have grown-up students. I have a group of students that I taught physically, and we did a study every day. There was a physical contact with them every day, and then we moved to a virtual environment. And then in September, I had a new group of students that I didn't see, didn't have chance to study physically. It's only virtual environment, and I could see the difference in the perception of reality and understanding one another. There's a difference. In the first group, the physical group, we had a chance to know one another and feel one another, and the studying process was more successful in the first case because of our communication, and I received very active feedback. And in the second group, the group that studied only virtually, unfortunately, they don't turn the video cameras. I asked him to turn that on, and more than often, I see that in half an hour, they would kind of like disconnect. As an experiment, I stopped the broadcast and then came back, and I noticed that only 50% of students were there. And despite of the big, huge experience that I have, it's very difficult to teach in the virtual world through the screen. So the form of model of behavior, I'm returning to the question. So yes, the conflict, a key features of the conflict is in communication. The classic form, the classic form of solving that conflict, we look at who is more powerful, but nobody has anything to back their position. So when we talk about new interactions, there's a new level that we could solve through integral type of relationship. So what is a conflict? It's a different views on the same subject. So the citation of one of the famous scientists, that it's not the problem when one person is right and another person is wrong. The problem is when both of them right and they're sure that they're right. And so right there, when we form integral behavior in people, we have possibility to form a point of view that would include in itself all the points of view of all the parties involved, and everybody would agree with that and accept that as the only correct point of view that would expand their own point of view and expand their horizon and understanding of the question. Thank you. I don't see any more questions in the chat so far.
Thank you so much. I'm sure there are actually more, but we'll have to address them later. Thank you so much, Professor Krasnov. Well, our next speaker is Dr. Leah Mandler. She has a PhD in political science and is the research associate at the School of Political Sciences, University of Haifa, Israel. And Dr. Mandler will be presenting, Do You Trust Your Neighbor? Coronavirus, Resilience, and Social Cohesion. Dr. Mandler, thank you.
Thank you, Elena, and thank you everyone for having me. It's really a pleasure, and actually it turned to be very coherent, the fact that I am presenting after Professor Krasnova, who mentioned two of the topics that I will be also talking about. One of them is trust, and the other one is coronavirus crisis. So I will just share my presentation so you can follow me more easily. Just a second. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I am currently involved in a research with my colleague, Dr. Carmela Lutmer from the University of Haifa. We are working together on gathering the information about the coronavirus resilience and the capability of the countries in different parts of the world to cope with the challenges that the recent pandemics has presented to different societies. And what we are asking is actually what makes one society resilient to COVID-19 crisis and the other one not. And what are actually the determinants of the capabilities that the governments are using in order to cope with the problems that this pandemic has brought to different countries. What we are assuming, and we spoke about trust in the last presentation, is that basically the more the people trust their governments, their friends, their neighbors, everybody else in the country, they will be better equipped to respond to the problems that the pandemic is bringing. And currently we are starting a small comparative case study comparing three countries: Israel, Spain, and South Korea. Basically, each of them is from different parts of the world, one from the Middle East, one from Europe, and one from Asian countries. We are planning to extend this to more countries in the future, but currently this is the project underway. So before we start talking about what makes one country resilient and the other non-resilient, first we have to understand what is the social resilience. What is this capability of a state to stand in front of a disaster or a problem or a pandemic and face it and face it successfully? So when we go to the literature, literature says that the ability of a country to be socially resilient is an effective mechanism for overcoming adverse situation. As you see, this definition is very wide. It is something given. It can be given to interpretation. It depends how you define effective mechanism. It also depends how you define adverse situation. But basically, we are relating to natural disasters, that is the things that countries could not have prevented before. They could have been ready for them, but they couldn't have prevented them. So the big questions resulting from this definition is whether this is evaluative or descriptive definition. That means is the capability or the social resilience to meet those problems something that can be evaluated and be also evaluated between different countries, or is it something that we can only describe and say this country is resilient and the other is not? Also, there's a question of whether it is a process or a result. Is it something that we will be able to analyze at the end of the pandemics, or is it something that we can analyze during the pandemics and see how it develops? And also, there are two more questions. One of them is the question of adaptivity. When we say effective mechanism for overcoming, do we relate to something that makes a country adapt to new conditions? Or do we actually analyze how well is this country staying the same that it was before the problems that it was presented to? And finally, and those factors are more psychological than actually social, we are asking the question whether these are internal or external factors that make one society resilient and the other non-resilient. What we have chosen is actually the definition that is evaluative. It is a process. That means that we are looking into it over the time. It's internal because we don't have any control of external factors, and it actually speaks about adaptivity of a system, the ability to cope with the problems of pandemics successfully and change accordingly to what challenges the pandemics is presenting. So when we look again into the disasters literature, we see that a resilient society has all those factors. I will not have the time to go with you through all of them. Just take a look and you will probably see that from each and every line, you can see that, that all those criteria actually speak about some kind of trust. Because if I have trust, then basically I can network with other people and gain the returns that I trust that I will receive. I can also get the social support that I need from my neighbors. I'm capable of improvising and being creative because I trust that other people will appreciate my involvement and my creativity. So all those indicators basically speak of trust. This is why we are analyzing trust as one of the main indicators of social resilience in a country. And when you look at what the governments around the world have been doing ever since last December, that is ever since the COVID-19 has been present in our reality, we can see that most countries are doing the same things. If you look at the figure here, you will see the dots and the lines connecting them. So the dots are basically the size of the dots will tell you how many countries out of all countries are doing those things. And the lines are connecting those types of coping one to the other. So as you can see, most countries are doing social distancing, travel advisory and restriction. It's have been influencing their monetary policy, and more countries are also caring about the patients, helping the health facility, etc. But some of them are also changing their social security policies. Not many of them, but also this is one of the things that the countries have been doing. So when we look at those things that the governments have been doing in order to be resilient, in order to cope with the pandemics, we can ask ourselves how efficiently they actually are doing. Why is one country more considered to be more efficient than the other country less? So I'm not taking credit for this research. Somebody has done that before us. What they have done is actually gather all the data from all the countries that they are reporting about the interventions that governments are doing regarding COVID-19. And they have found which government measures are more efficient, so they have better results than other measures that governments have been doing. And as you can see here on the list, I will not go again through all of them because we don't have the time, but basically the things that have they have found to be most effective are small gathering cancellations, closure of educational institutions, and somebody in Israel should hear that because they are opening that all over again. Border restriction, and if you take a look, you can see that actually police and army interventions are between the least effective measures. Okay, so countries, they're different in how they are coping with this pandemics, not only in how much they're being involved into citizens' lives, but also which type of measures they're choosing to actually help this to help their citizens and to cope with the pandemics. So there are many ways to rank countries and to say this one has been successful and the other is less successful. We are using several of them, but as you can see here on the list, most of the researchers agree that the best way to measure how effective one country has been in relation to the other is to measure the number of deaths, the number of people who have been contagious with the disease, the number of agreements that this country has for purchasing the vaccine, and also some indicators that have to do with the economics, the way that the country has been able to mitigate the economic problems, economic activity, that unemployment and lack of resources for the society. So these are basically the criteria according to which we can rank countries and say this one is more effectively meeting this pandemic than the other. So here is the list. You can take a look and see where your country stands on the list of international efforts to meet the problems of pandemics. We are looking only at these three countries: South Korea, as I said, Israel, and Spain. Spain is on the 41st place, Israel is on the 21st, and South Korea is on the 4th best place in the world. This ranking, of course, is not it's not 100% precise. It's accordingly to the criteria that I mentioned, but there are other criteria where I believe that the states will be positioned a little bit differently. Nevertheless, we do see that there are significant differences between the three countries that we are comparing. So let's take a deeper look into those things that we have mentioned that are important. One of them is the case fatality rate. That means how many people have died in relation to how many people have been contagious. So we again see that Spain is in the worst place, South Korea here is second, and Israel is in the best place. This is updated until November 22nd. So it also includes the second wave of disease around the world. Here we can see the cumulative number of people who are confirmed with COVID-19. We see Spain again on the first place, Israel second, and South Korea has the least people contagious. And the daily new confirmed patients, how many people have been contagious with COVID-19 every day. Here, as you can see, because it's updated to the almost the recent weeks, we see the second wave in Spain even being worse than it was the first time, also in Israel, while the South Korea remains more or less stable. But we can see that they had their peak in the beginning of the contagion. This is very important because we will see what government has done and what are the differences. I will just run quickly through the rest of the graphs because I think that the data is basically available, so you can also download it from the internet. The number of tests, as I showed before, it was the highest in Israel. And also it was the lowest in South Korea, which is interesting because we tend to think that the more the country is testing people, the more data it has, and then it can cope more efficiently, which is unfortunately not true. And here on this graph, you can see the restrictions, the severity of restrictions that countries have implemented. I don't know if you can if you see those numbers closely, but you can also see according to the periods, we see that Israel has been the strictest among the three countries, and Spain has been very strict in the beginning and less so at the end of this period. And what is interesting is that South Korea has been the least strict among the three countries, but it has done the decisions have been staying there for longer times. That means that if South Korea made a decision to make a lockdown, then it was there for 2-3 months or 2-3 weeks at least, and then the other period of opening up was also longer. So it's less zigzagging, it's less changing the decisions that the country is making than compared to Israel and to Spain. They make decisions for longer periods of time, which is maybe because why they're more efficient. Okay, so what we are measuring as the independent variables, the cause for the difference between the efficacy of one and the other government is the trust. And we have two indicators of trust. One is a trust in government, and trust in government refers to the share of people who say, yes, I do trust my government to do the decisions that it needs to do. Unfortunately, the data for trust in government and trust in other people is not available for 2020. I heard that there is some gathering of data, but right now it's not available for research. The latest data that we have on trust is from 2018 on government, and somewhere between 2011 and 2017. It's not the same for every country for interpersonal trust. But here in the graph that I will show you in a moment, you will see how many people say, what percentage of the people says that they have confidence in their national government and the capability of the government to make and to actually conduct the decisions that the government is making. That means that not only to say that they will do, but also to do them. So here we are, again, comparing the three cases that we are looking into. We see that Spain's citizens have the least confidence. They have only 28% of people trusting their governments, as compared to Israel, which here in 2018 had the highest level of confidence in their government. If we look at the whole graph, we will see Greece on one end and Switzerland on the other end, and you can see that the differences between countries are very need to be considered because they're very significant. The other determinant of trust that we were looking into is trust in others. And here it's a bit problematic for analyzing because it's self-reported in a trust index. That means that people were asked, how much do you trust others, your neighbors, your friends, anyone else that you will meet in your country, and whether should you be careful in your contact with those people or not. So this index is a kind of combination of the people's answers to those questions. But this survey has been carried out in the last time it was carried out, it was in 2018. And here again, you can see the difference that the higher level of interpersonal trust, although as you probably remember, South Korea was not so high on the level of trust in the government, but the highest level of interpersonal trust is in South Korea. The lowest was found in Spain, and Israel is somewhere in between. It was also somewhere in between in COVID response. So we do find the connection between the two things. We also, because we are measuring them in the difference of time, so we also can see that they're connected. But this is just a preliminary research, so we have to see that on more countries and to go deeper into data. Probably we will be able to obtain some more updated data. Hopefully something that has to do with 2020, but this is these are the results that we have right now. So just to quickly summarize is why do we think that interpersonal trust is more important than the trust that people have in their governments? Government also includes the police and other part of executive branches, etc. There are three main reasons. First of all, we believe that the effectiveness of any medical treatment that people need to receive depends on the level of trust. The ability of people to get tested, their desire to be treated, their willingness to go to the hospital and to listen to what the doctors are saying depends on the level of trust that they have in other people, that they happen to be doctors, but in any way, people who live in the same country with them. At the same time, the ability of citizens to receive the decisions that the government has brought and to stay at home when they need to put their masks on when they're asked to, and also sacrifice their freedoms of different kinds in the time when they're losing their jobs, forced to teach their children from home, and all the other things that we have been challenged to do during this pandemics. All those things that actually depend on the level of trust that I, as a person, have towards everybody else that I am in interaction with. And basically what we need to believe is that the people that we are surrounded with and other people in our families and out of our families, they have our best interest in their mind. They think about us and we can trust them, and we basically need to put our lives in their hands. So I will leave you with a question. If we have proven and if we have actually the proof that trust and social resilience and effective ability of the government and the state to cope with pandemics or any other disaster for that matter are related, and they're actually causing each other. And this is a cycle that is currently closed. How do we, or how does anyone, even government, break the cycle? And where is the capability to change, to become more effective, to provide more trust, and to become more resilient? So thank you very much. I would like to hear questions if you have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bandler. That's a wonderful presentation. Well, there is a question, one question. It has to do with vaccination about, this is from Ulya Grekova, about compulsory vaccination and how to manage that, and the right of any state to demand that the vaccination for coronavirus.
Can you just clarify, am I being asked about the opinion, should people be vaccinated or not, or what is the...
It appears to be that, which I think is a very controversial, it's a very divisive issue, but there are some other questions in, but they're submitting them, and so I don't see them. If you would be around later to answer those, they're being put in. But anyway, we thank you so much for your contribution today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Simon Dorlac. He holds a doctorate in law, and he is from Malaysia. His topic today is digital learning for a global ethic in the educational system. Mr. Dorlac, thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. First of all, I would like to express my thanks to the Committee of IWRI Institute for inviting me. It is an honor and privilege to be able to speak within your honorable assembly. You will allow me to start my introduction with this quote from Sylviane Agacinski, which is a French philosopher, and who say, if a social practice is against human rights, it cannot be ethical. Indeed, and the era challenged by modern innovation, health and economic crisis, transition to online learning is an educational initiative that organizations and universities consider to be of utmost importance. An increasing number of faculties worldwide are adopting existing or implementing a new method for asynchronously delivering the training. The main question that arises is whether digital communication technology, designed to connect people by definition, will be used to promote humanitarian value, or will it serve economic interest? Therefore, it is of paramount significance for the challenge of our troubled times to embrace digital learning technology, but at the same time to safeguard the value of humanist education and digital context, which is constantly evolving toward growing consumerism. The unprecedented global health crisis caused by COVID is stressing economic and social systems worldwide. Almost all aspects of our social life are challenged, and change are rapid and inevitable. Educational systems already moving toward embracing modern communication technology have been accelerated to integrate online systems for delivering training. Reluctant, asynchronous, but also synchronous training systems are being implemented at challenging rates with a little time for careful planning and, most importantly, considering ethics. Digital communication technology is designed to connect the people, but will that connection be substantial, promoting humanitarian value, or will it serve economic interest and consumerism? The goal of education, besides providing knowledge both scientific and practical, is to integrate learners with the society by developing connection trees between students. This can be achieved by building the feeling that everyone is connected with a single heart, so that respect and understanding can be developed among the participating parties. Education cannot be left at the service of the digital economy, because the prospect that education in and through digital technology is not exclusively at the service of human and humanist training, concept of digital humanities, is simply terrifying. This being stated, this leads us to identify two issues, the ethical issue and the educational policy. Ethical issue, education, culture, ethics, and other higher values constitute the building block of our civilization, making the importance of transferring those values to individual abuse. In our current system, it is essential that we strive to communicate and teach the primary instruction, love your fellow man as yourself, as a global, universal principle that will be the driving force for establishing a genuine connection between all and eventually will lead to the solution of all the plagues that mankind has engendered. How relevant are ethics with the vision of establishing an integral and global education system? First of all, in order for a global digital education system based on equality, respect and love for others to be established, especially since this must be taught, it is necessary that this virtual environment is established within an ethical framework to consolidate the foundation of the global education system, allowing a complete reform of education. Otherwise, without constitutive ethical rules and the education sector promoting integrity, probity and disinterestedness, the system is prone to being corrupted by various economic opportunistic interests linked to the digital age and its consumption practice. Several ethical aspects concerning the impact of digital lessons on the education system should be considered. Ethical question concerning the credibility of online education is that of rigor of the exam and grade level expectation. A number of online courses consist of pre-programmed software that require the student to read or listen to a recorded lecture and then take a test or quiz. Subsequently, the computer or software score the assessment and provide a passing or failing grade for the student. If these courses are not appropriately managed, what keeps students from cheating or having someone who can read and understand the content better take the assessment for them? On the other hand, some online classes involve an actual teacher running the class with deadline for assignment and discussion questions that need to be posted. Since the online classroom is deprived of the physical presence of the participant, it is less likely for students to have outside discussion questioning the behavior or content of the teacher's lecture. This opens up the possibility of online instructor using also the virtual classroom to push political, religious, or other view on students, and in any case, online class are a necessity of our times and can be highly beneficial. However, like potentially anything new, unattended overuse or misuse of these digital means can have a negative impact on education quality. Earning an entire degree or diploma via online education may have an unintended effect on the student. And then that brings us on the second issue, is about the educational policy. Even more, ethical issues concerning educational policy also arise. Educational policy should be implemented in such a way that they ensure equality of chance for all students. No social group should be left out from the educational process due to the lack of access to network or insufficient digital training. This also means that digital service should be provided free of charge for the user and school ecosystem, so that no one is excluded from the learning process. The role of local authorities, as well as the head of establishment and teacher, is expected to be very important, and their collaboration is necessary in order to overcome the expected many material and organizational difficulties on a daily basis. Assuming that all the questions linked to the technical implementation of a pedagogy through digital means are resolved, which is far from being the case for all countries, we must ask ourselves about the nature and quality of the education that we want to offer students and their family. Or should educational policy be implemented from an ethical point of view and a connected society in order to ensure an all-inclusive digital culture and education? What educational and didactic approach should this policy follow in order to educate the new generation from a civic and humanist perspective, despite the obvious consumerist issue? Digital citizens of the 21st century should be trained to pursue ambitious goals, such as media and information literacy, and to develop a critical spirit. This is essential in order to acquire autonomy and navigate through the profusion of information which assails them, learning to locate information source, validate, evaluate information while respecting the value register and the charter of use of media and digital tools use it. Certainly, school has a major role to play, not only in the training, but also the education and installation of ethos and the new digital citizen. Besides students, educational policy should also protect a teacher whose independence from a vis-à-vis digital service company must be safeguarded. Institutions and educators should be shielded against certain insidious practice from such company that can deceive vigilance or introduce any form of dependence or even subordination. The answer we give to these 2 points on ethical educational policy is as follows. It consists of establishing a code of ethics. It is evident that all the global players in charge of establishing an educational network whose goal is to disseminate and train students according to altruistic societal value will have to adopt a common charter, which will be officially recognized by the governing bodies of each country or at an international level by UNESCO. A certification mechanism should also be implemented. All institutions and organization signatories of the Charter should be certified by an international label attesting to the quality and unity of the teaching. In conclusion, generating transformational change in society through the digital education system is seen as the key to solving the most pressing problem of our time. But if we want this change to be aimed at building an altruistic world, structural foundation of the education system should be based on common ethical rules. And I will finally end with the last quote, that of Dr. Étienne-Émile Beaulieu, who said, "How will indomitable scientific research continue to serve the physical and mental well-being of all?" 2 keywords, education and ethics, which must be translated into practice. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Simon, for this really wonderful presentation. That was very interesting. We have time for some questions, so please, is there a question? Well, and that was a very, very clear presentation. I do see a question come in from social media. Okay, though they are all very, very clear about it too. So thank you very much. That was really amazing and very clear. So
thank you very much, all of you.
Excellent. Then we go to the next presentation for today, which is a presentation from Joshua Johnson, Umezurik. I hope I pronounced it right. He is CEO and founder of Lockdown USA, and his presentation will be about data redefinition for the integral world. So please, Mr. Joshua, you may start your presentation.
How's everybody doing this morning? Thank you all. I hope you can see my screen. Okay. All right. Well, before I start, I would like to thank IWRI Research Institute for inviting me here. I really appreciate this wonderful opportunity to be here this early morning. Now, before we start, I want to give a little bit of background about what we are going to do today. We are going to expand on redefinition of data. So that's why you have the title, Data Redefined for the Integral World. Now, you can take it as you like it, since we have this COVID-19 reset, and we are seeing over and over again the need to protect whatever we have online. So the introduction goes over here. Now, the introduction goes that this is the first time we're disclosing our findings from over 20 years research work. And this finding will bring solution to everyone. If you're online, it will bring a solution to you, not only the workforce. So the ultimate goal is the protection of online privacy and security of personal information. We believe this is good for humanity, and it will bring about the unity of the whole world. Our work strongly suggests that a true digital identity is equally a noble pursuit. This is something that many are trying so hard to accomplish. In this particular disclosure, we recognize that one cannot do, as you've seen many speakers talk about trust and the correlation of trust to resiliency in the fight against COVID-19. You hear people talk about technology and being able to develop educational system that's based off of it. All of this will require true digital identity. See, so this is something, like I said, that many are trying to accomplish this because of the reset we had in the system and the direction we're moving in the world. We have recognized that first we must redefine data. Data, when redefined, are made unique in content and context with respect to space and time, serve the purpose of a true digital identity in an integral world. An integral world is the world where everyone is working with the next person. Nation states work with the next nation state. So we believe, and it conclusively, that this will give technology builders a solid foundation to rely on as they forge the new direction in the industry for an integrated world. The fourth industrial revolution, many would like to call it, they will need to rely on clearly identifying entities as to who or what they are for accountability. This is very, very important. So what we show here in this paper that technology developed with the promise to creating digital ID, through security of information by encrypted verification, validation, and evaluation is really already here. This is founded upon what we call autonomous, polymorphic, and homomorphic encryption. The paper is not going to be very technical. It will be very, very, very soft in approach where everyone can relate to it. Now, we're talking about the data redefinition, and we're talking about security, securing people who are on the internet and all of that. To do that, let's look at what data is. You cannot do that without first understanding what data is. So data is a correlation of statistical samples when brought into one common identifiable unit. Is known as a fact at that time, and it's like field specific. Like you have health data, medical data, and so on and so forth. So when you are analyzing data, for those who know, there are things to consider. One, you have to consider the source of that data. So in this case, in the information technology, you're talking about a single source of truth. For a single source of truth, the master document from which other companies derive is only one, and it does not silo into any other document. That is why it's called single source of truth. It's very analogous to a master document with no other reference point in that case. So you can only reference to that document, as you can see below here. And the next part of it is what you call multiple source of truth. And multiple source of truth is direct opposite. When you look at the diagram you're looking at right now, you see a single source of truth, which is SSOT. You can see the core of it in the orange. And then you look at the multiple source of truth, which is direct opposite, meaning that you have many sources of truth. These are some of the problems we're experiencing, and thus the need to redefine data. After knowing what the data is and how they are being used, yes, we must redefine data to move forward. So moving forward, the way we analyze data, verify its authenticity or its origin affects how we use it. This also affects how we classify them as a part of business logic or general information, if you have it. And businesses, you do know, rely on this kind of information to make decisions. So data information are interchangeable at this time. This is very important for government institutions and corporations. And when you're looking at the single source of truth for information technology or engineering, they improve the business decision making. Currently, we're using other technologies that requires a whole lot of information, metadata, or sometimes what they call data lakes. For those in data science, artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, et cetera, there's a large metadata for IoT and OT. These footprints exposes the individual, everyone who's on the internet. And the situation we find ourselves in the world today requires that something had to be done about that. So some of these strategies employed make data sources very susceptible, especially when you have multiple sources of truth. And this in turn has a high propensity of introducing dirt, adulterated, corrupt, and non-sanitized information to the internet or workforce or what have you. Now, there's been scenarios where the classified data also being tampered with, and that's another thing. And now that we are armed with this understanding, we have a sound understanding of what's going on with the data. First, we know what the data is, and we know what's going on with it presently. We can observe that data does not share a life cycle of accountability, since we have all this variant analysis of it. And this affects the context and content. You can say there's no pervasive data life cycle framework that promotes the implementation of uniqueness of all data. I mean, all data. We have visibility, yes, transparency, but not absolute accountability of their resources. So that brings us again to redefining data. When you look at the diagram before you, there is quite an allusion to what we call security of information by encrypted verification, validation, and evaluation. When you look at that, it's presently what is being used today. The only problem that we see there is these attributes found in your profile. Say you have a Facebook profile, you have your username, password, email, or whatnot, your address. All these are your attributes. So there's a way to break this down to advanced authentication, which allows us to triangulate and bring about the needed trust and communication. As you can see, the platform basically today is moving towards technological moot, or what they call mass open online training, is moving towards that direction. There's a need to identify all this. So there's a correlation between trust and resilience and technology, or you can say trust by resilience. I mean, resilience by trust or resilience by technology, whichever way you choose to say it. So this brings us down again to find a way to build security of information within the component of spoken and written languages. So there are redefinition here. As a result of what we've seen so far, we have a great need to redefine data henceforth. If you have a comma or a dot and other components of written languages, say in your message, you have all these things. We are saying that these things should carry on their distinct representation as their identification at all time. It doesn't matter what time you use always your messages, they should carry on their own identification. Case in point, you have your image in the mirror, you have yourself. You have yourself in a sunny day, and you have your shadow. We're saying that you can do whatever you want with the image in the mirror and your shadow, but the real source cannot be touched, tempered, or corrupted. So we can still retain our copy-paste culture, but all data must be accounted for at all times. If we must successfully achieve our goal in securing anything online, building a true identity which fosters an integrated world. What do we mean by defining data, one might ask? How should we treat data in the digital era? What mechanism will shape this concept? Now, I know these are 3 questions, but we won't have time to answer all of them. But I guarantee you, addressing one of these questions will be able to satisfy our thirst for those answers. So let's go and take a look at the next question there, which is how data should be treated. We will be answering that one and that one only. So how data should be treated in the digital era. Redefining data is the process of securing all information using encrypted verification, validation, and evaluation. Like I've shown you earlier, the concept where it refers to your credentials that is already being used. There's something that needed to be done on them so that they can serve us as a true digital identity. There should be another layer of data analysis introduced in information technology, which must represent all data as intermediary. What I'm saying here is intermediate representation, like the image in the mirror. You have yourself and you're looking in the mirror, there's an image there. We should use that image in the mirror as the intermediate representation. This is what we have to protect as the provenance. In other words, by redirecting a specific part of the provenance, which I've explained earlier, is more or less information broken in pieces like your name, email, etc., which we call attributes. We have to redirect this provenance to an alternate data, which in this case is encrypted. Security of information, encrypted by encrypted evaluation, validation, and verification. This guarantees the protection of the source, which in this case refers to the provenance and the connection to the right intermediary at all time. Remember, the real data should also have connection to the intermediate representation at all time. In corollary, I will go ahead to explain that. Each intermediary will, at no given point, reference a value type which did not originate. In that case, we can say that the process is correct if the intermediary can only point to the right source. If all intermediaries are distinct, yes, so are the sources. If a source cannot relate to the wrong intermediary, then it is sound. So this simply means if everything in the system is correct, then the system is correct. Then if everything in the system is able to detect when something is wrong, then the system is sound. And that is what we have done. If you would have copied and pasted anything, that copy must reference the parent document. If not, you would never justify any true digital identity, which would boost the fourth industrial revolution. Timestamping is not just enough. More work should be done in redefining data because experience shows that building new tools to cover every breach is not the answer. We need to get down to the root cause of the problem. And the question is, what is the root cause of the problem? It's already been explained. But let's look at the techniques to actually implement some of these problems. We always lament and say, for those of us in the engineering and IT information technology, there's data everywhere, but not a single unique datum in all. Arguably, one can strategically solve this problem once and for all. Yeah, we need to bring an external context into cryptography. Cryptography is the science of being able to make sure that information is hidden to those who are not authorized and always available to those who are authorized for it. To do this, there's a need for autonomous, polymorphic, and homomorphic encryption. This is an advanced encryption capable of addressing the onslaught of quantum computing on primitive cryptography. Primitive cryptography is what we have today, and it's very notable that it's no longer secure. Simply put, autonomous polymorphic, homomorphic encryption, when you look at the polymorphic, as the name suggests, you have multiple and you have morph changing. It will change many ciphertexts from digital identifiable products to one message or clear text. This creates layers of ciphertext that could be used as intermediaries or intermediate representation, like I've earlier explained. Homomorphic aspects of this only applies when you are doing computation over encrypted information. Therefore, you cannot have a homomorphic encryption without having a polymorphic encryption. Now, we're not going to go into too much detail on that. We would like to just show you some reports from what we implemented. And before I do that, I wanted to show you at the very bottom here, the provenance strategy. The provenance strategy, you have the prover, and then you have the provenance, you have the proof, which comprise of intermediate representation. And then you have to prove the intermediate representation by applying the proof to point back to by applying the proof process to point back to the source. Then the verifier, if the verifier is successful in proving who they are, they go to the next level, which in this case, if you say yes, then access is granted. If you say no, access will not be granted. That's the future of what we are talking about here. Now, moving forward, in the report that we got is quite clear, straight to the point. We used the system we developed out of our research, and we created a simple app. You can find that on our website. It's logged on Cash App. And we ran a result, a test on this app following an open source framework, mobile framework called MobileSF. And if you want more details on it, I can provide it to you. And we found out that most of your application, most of your interested application that you use today, they're not secure at all because of the way they were designed. And they weren't considering redefinition of data in any sense. So as you can see below here, you have your WhatsApp, Zoom, Skype, or whatever. The risk attached to them are very critical, which is not good. When you look at lockdown, you get 75% out of 100, which you have a green on there, which is low in risk. And that's just that. So in conclusion, having shown you the result of what we've done, although the paper wasn't expensive, redefinition of data is the starting point for creating any meaningful digital identification for the unity of the world. Once we accept the pressing need for this, the work will be halfway done. A pervasive redefinition will go a long way in securely connecting data to people, locations, other materials used in technology. We call these materials sub-entities, like your smartphone, which serve as your primary authentication device, as well as your IoT devices. This will help the world to interact easily. Soon, these will form a triangle with an almost indelible accountability. Ultimately, we will be creating a digital identification with true digital identification with many benefits, growing from protecting online privacy, securing personal information, staving up the hackers, solidifying access to public resource in telehealth, social media, teleconferencing, administration, and banking. In other words, we're saying here that it's not necessarily putting a chip in your forehead or on your hand, but there's a better way to do these things. This means that less internet supervision, you have less internet supervision, automatic digital controls, and many more advantages abound. And as a matter of fact, the world will reap the greatest benefit if we remain inclusive by integrating relevant resources from many research projects of diverse backgrounds. So technology now becomes a driver of equality as opposed to a driver of inequality, because people are comfortable when they can trust. But when the trust are built into systems, it will be possible that it will be faster and much better to build the integral world, a peaceful place, bound with technology and all these things. Together, we can realize a harmonious digital identity, true digital identity, standard and product. Instead of building new tools for new breaches, we can put our focus in the building security into data. As one of the root causes of the problem is the fact that the security is not in the data, it's not in the internet. More so, this would make obsolete the bandit culture that we have today in, say, cybersecurity, and the concern posed by ever-increasing needs for text, audio, video conference, and extensive application. And that's it for me. And I thank you guys again for being present, and I hope I've satisfied your thirst, and I'll be ready for any QA.
Thank you, Josiah. We have one question from Kelechi. Kelechi will be able to ask the question here now.
Yes, thanks a lot, Josiah, for coming. I know you allowed patent in your company and you're doing a lot of things with internet technology. My question is, how could we, our institution, benefit from your technology, and how could it also help for connection with every part of the world, including Africa? Thank you.
You're welcome. I really like that question. So the way the technology will work is very simple. Today, we have the big techs all over the world. The big techs are making a lot of money from targeting targeted advertising sent to you, all the way to tracking you online, knowing what you would do before you even do it, and also getting biographics from you without your approval and all of that. And I think all these spells into money. So it is possible that institutions like IWRI should be able to incorporate this in your developmental work, as far as your hosting of class materials and your registration processes and etc. This protects your clients. It protects you as a company or institution from exposing and leaving footprints on the internet. Once you do that, it simply means that it is possible that such security, when it's built in your platform, allows you guys to be in your own little enclosure, while in the internet you have your own little enclosure where your information are not as filtered to the internet. So in the long run, you can also sell your data. So we give you the power to having that autonomous encryption because of our deep understanding of the data and encryption technologies and etc. So you have the power to be autonomous the way you handle your data. Therefore, you can decide when your data is born, how long it lives, and when it dies. That's the technology that we're talking about. And again, if your school uses a lot of sensors, it is possible that we can make it possible for the sensors to communicate effectively, knowing that I'm sensor A, I'm talking to sensor B, microcontroller for sensor B. We don't have that now in this world. So there's a way to do that right now. We have the solution, but it's not readily adopted. We are trying to accelerate the adoption where people can see what we have to offer and start using them, because this will bring about the trust that we need. As the earlier professors talked about, that trust has something to do with the resilience when there's a pandemic. So it's important to build some of this interesting technology that promotes human health and actually boosts humanity. It needs to be built into the technology of the currency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this wonderful presentation and this beautiful answer. We will go to the next presenter. I would like to say, for questions coming in through Facebook, YouTube, and here in the Zoom chat, please keep them posted. We're collecting all of them, and we will make sure we answer them through all our channels. Our next presenter is Alexander Zusin from the USA. He's founder of the Love Method, and his presentation will be about understanding marriage and relationships in the global era. Please, Alexander, go ahead.
Thank you very much, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent, wonderful. So first of all, I wanted to thank you for such an amazing platform where such bright minds and really the best of the best, the top of the top, can come together and discuss the most important topics that are influencing us as people on a collective level. And the reason I wanted to speak and the topic of relationship is so near and dear to me is because I believe that marriage and relationship is the fundamental core of any healthy society. And so if we can see from the prism of relationships and marriage some of the challenges that come up from that, I believe that we can also solve many of the challenges that plague us on a collective level. Now, just to share some of the disturbing data out there, right? We know that marriage is seeing some challenges, but to what degree? Where 42% of first marriages fail, which doesn't sound so bad, right? We used to hear the 50% target. It was like 42. It's, in comparison, it's not that bad.
Why? What's the time?
Maybe we can mute Josiah. Excellent, thank you. But if we look at the second divorce rate for people who remarry for the second time, 60%, and then those who remarry for the third time, 73%, that just lets us know that the problem is not in the institution of marriage, but the challenge is in us, right? Something happens in that union that just drives people away instead of the promised happily ever after. When we were all growing up, we were raised on stories of the knight conquering the princess and the princess and the knight and reuniting and getting married and living happily ever after. And the writers were smart. They tricked us, right? They never told us what happens after that happily ever after. So we were sold. And then we get married and we see that the promise is not there. We see challenges that we weren't ready to handle before. and very few solutions for us out there. Of course, there's different tricks and different things to focus on in the relationships that do work, but on a collective level, we see that it's only getting worse. So the question is why? Why is there such an issue when it comes to a relationship? And we see that it's plaguing not just marriage, right? We see that people who are willing to even consider the idea of marriage is just dwindling, because it's a lot easier in today's society to get your fix and move on to the next. It's like everything in our life. My cell phone broke, get a new one. Something doesn't fit, I just get something else. And so it's a lot easier to replace people as well, rather than try to focus on actually building something amazing, like a relationship. And here, there's a very interesting story about an experiment about a psychological experiment that I'm going to get to next. But the story of a newborn. Imagine this little creature that is born into the world. Sure, nature gave him certain predispositions, certain qualities, certain innate abilities that he's going to predispose to excel in. But then he relies on his environment directly to teach him how to interact with a reality that is in. He has no idea where he's at. He's born and he relies on his mother and father, in best of cases, to show him how to interact, how to build relationship, what's good and what's bad. And those interactions build in us the blueprint of how do we relate to the world. What brings us pleasure, what brings us pain, the ultimate gamma of those feelings and the intricacy of each of ours blueprint indicates and directs our actions and our ability to relate to others. Those whose blueprint is similar to mine, I feel very close to. I can interact on a very open level. Those who are different, I feel a challenge and I feel closeness to, and sometimes friction or hatred even. And when we implement it with people as well, we see that before marriage, there's something interesting happens where we're not willing to open up and reveal our true blueprint. We feel close association to it and guardianship of it. After we get married, we can open up and we can start seeing the blueprint of the other person as it is and some of the things that I don't like about it and vice versa. And instead of relating to a blueprint as something external or something that is not associated to us, we're conditioned to see this as our worldview, as something that belongs to us, as our self-identity. What happens when we see it as our self-identity? We essentially are guarding it like ourselves. We interact with others from this blueprint. We're essentially locked, and our entire perception of reality is from this blueprint of pleasure and pain, and it's very intricacies, right? I mean, it can go anywhere from food to opening up can be painful, or being in a relationship can be a pleasure, or being in a relationship can be a pain. And then I'm just going to self-sabotage to make sure that my blueprint is correct, because I can't cross myself because I identify with it. Now, there's a psychological experiment that was conducted in the 1920s by Watson and Rayner. They call it the young Albert experiment. It was actually siphoned from another experiment that was done on animals to test conditioning. So what they did with this young Albert is they wanted to test how young Albert reacts to certain stimuli. So they took this little boy and they showed him a white rat. The boy had no fear of the white rat. He was curious, but he had no fear of the white rat. Then they introduced a loud banging sound separately from the rat. And the boy was afraid, so he started to cry. Then, to test their hypothesis, the researchers introduced both the white rat and the loud noise, associating the white rat with the fear. What happens after is that once the white rat was introduced into the little boy's sight without the loud noise, it also aroused feelings of fear. So, because our subconscious is so unexplored, we see that underneath the surface, there is a wide network of this blueprint that determines our relation, essentially, to everything around us and how we interact with it. Whether I need to be cautious, reject it, like it, love it, care for it, invest myself in it, let it go, throw it away. All of our decisions are essentially made from the perception of this blueprint. Now, the reason it's a challenge is because if we associate ourselves with this blueprint and then we have to live with somebody else, our blueprints eventually are going to clash. And what we see is when we don't know how to handle these tough situations in our life, arguments, friction, even hatred sometimes, it leads to eventually people saying that, listen, I'm better off by myself than with that other person because he's different than me and I can't get along with him. And why should I live that life rather than try to build something? And so we see that in today's world, those who are really successful are the people who can build those bridges, are people who can get along with other people, are people who are more successful at building relationships. I want to leave some time for questions, so please think of them as we go. So what's left for us to do is to find a way, a certain approach that will help us not necessarily focus on changing our blueprint, because even that change will come from a certain place of limitation. But to create an environment that I can no longer associate with my limiting beliefs and limiting relations to life. And through the force of that environment, just like a mother's womb, just like a mother's embrace, when we feel that care and love from people around us, we naturally want to grow. We naturally want to express ourselves. We are more confident in revealing our weaknesses. We're more confident in changing and growing. And rather, if I have a hostile environment, then I have to protect myself. If I have a judgmental environment, then I have to block myself from others. I have to make sure that I don't get hurt. It's a primal defense mechanism. And the science of what I believe everybody here is speaking about is how do we formulate such an environment that will create such positive forces of acceptance and care and appreciation and essentially growth, like in an ideal family, that any person would be willing to let go of that limiting blueprint that he received from years and decades of upbringing and be willing to change, to grow, to learn how to work with others, to find his place in society, to become fulfilled, because now you're not just guarding yourself from others. You're a part of something that's so much bigger than you. And that feeling of being a part of something that's bigger than you, you are swimming in a sense of infinite joy and pleasure because you're connected to something great. That's why religions have been so successful. That's why different sects and cults and sports groups and soccer, sports have been so successful because they give a person a sense of belonging, a place where he can realize himself one way or another. If we can do it on a social and cultural level, and I believe it can start with a small unit like a family, then I believe that we're just going to have a much better and happier world. So now I want to take some questions because I know the general, any questions, not necessarily in what I spoke about, but any questions about relationships, marriage, anything that may be heavy on your heart, feel free to ask. And as much time as we have, we'll take. Specifically, when it comes to a family, no family is an island, right? We all have friends. We all interact with other people. So a family also needs a supporting environment, meaning a place where a man can connect with other men, where a woman can connect with other women, a place that we can work through certain challenges in the family, a place that we can clarify where we are, a place that will support us, not for basically a place that has a united goal for our family to reach closer connection, for our family to reach higher levels of enjoyment. That is my direct environment. And it can consist of other couples, right, who are similar to me, who share the same life situation as me, who may have kids, right, because I have kids. So whatever the age difference is, I know I have somebody to come to and ask for support and interact with. But the rules of engagement, the rules of interaction need to be guided, right, because they're not natural. We naturally don't know how to work with conflict. So that group has to have a guide. So, for example, what I do is in my groups, I'm the guide, and we work through certain situations. We workshop them, we open them up, we expand them, we look at them through different aspects, and then a person gets a different association to an event. He no longer reacts emotionally or through his old blueprint, but through interacting in a workshop, he listens to other people's association to that and actually comes out with a much better decision making. So this is the environment that we put together for specifically in the prism of a family. Anything else?
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have more time for questions. I want to thank you. That was a very fascinating presentation. I would like to introduce the next speaker, which is Dr. Alexander Angelov. He is a medical doctor and founder and president of the True Healing MD Integrative Medicine Incorporation in the USA. His presentation will be about integrated medicine in the era of the pandemic. Well, Alexander, go ahead with your presentation, please. Oh, yeah.
Can I share my screen?
Mr. Elliot Pines, could you please stop screen share?
Can you let me share my screen? And
I apologize. I didn't realize the order changed.
Okay. I hope you see the screen. Do you see it? Yeah, okay. So let's talk about the medicine during this global pandemic that we are engaged. I didn't think that I will live long enough to see what is going on right now, right in front of our eyes, where the old system is crashing and we have place for new system to arise. So let's, oops. So what do we know about medicine so far? It's not medicine anymore. It's medical business. And in this medical business, we have to have the sick person, and disease is driving this business ahead. We have to find disease in the early stages, to treat earlier, and to save from the very bad outcome. And we have pills for everything. We can treat everything today. If not pills, it will be knife. If not knife, it will be chemotherapy or something else. And all algorithms that we have today are based on the money distribution. So with all of this, we feel that a lot of people have to get the biggest piece of the pie in the healthcare system. Health don't care system. So we have the pyramid of the people who are, running into this business and trying to get first to the place. And on the top of pyramid is the patient. So we treat patient as the source for our income, for our money. But look at the patient. It could be your mother. It could be your grandmother. It could be your neighbor. Who cares about the person? And we have money on the table that paid by patient or the insurance company or government. And let's game begin. Whoever will be first. And this is the healthcare system that we have today, which is disease management business, basically. We have production line. And in this production line, we have 5 minutes per person to check, examine, give pills, give prescription, next. And we are very efficient. Everything is booked. We have tons of patients. We promote tons of diseases. So we are good. Our business is growing. Emergency rooms are full. People come to emergency room with everything and anything that they think has to be treated. And we're basically at the end of the road with this type of system. And everybody is so frustrated, whether you're a patient, you're a provider, you're part of the system. And here, pandemic came unexpectedly. Wow, Corona is here. Welcome. So the medicine divided today in two big parts. One is the front line, the physicians and nurses in the intensive care units, in the hospital, trying to save lives. And my heart goes to them because the condition that they're working in, absolutely unbearable. They work 12 hours in all ammunition. They have probably 1 or 2 times where they can go to the bathroom and eat something. And the shifts are over and over and over again. And for all this time of pandemic, the physicians and nurses are very, very exhausted. On the other hand, the outpatient clinics are closed. Even if they are not closed, the volume of the patient that comes through these facilities are very minimal. But pandemic is something real that is growing, and we know in the media that it's something difficult and something bad, and we are scared, actually. And doctors are frustrated because we don't have any answers. And all of a sudden we realize that we have a real-time experiment. First time in life, we have real-time experiment. What does it mean? We can trace virus. It's first time in the history where we can trace virus in the country, in different countries, the moving this virus between different countries. But it's not enough. We have also another example of the real-time demonstration. So we have parade in Belarus, May 9th, in the middle of pandemic. Look at how many people are there. No one wears mask, and spectators are people who served their time in the World War II, very vulnerable people. And you would think that it's craziness, right? So it's in the middle of the hump of the disease. And yet this red line is where this parade was. Look, you would expect that amount of cases will be doubled, tripled, or quadrupled. No. So basically, we have no idea what coronavirus is. We have no idea from standpoint of the science, the medicine, and we are making the same mistake over and over again. We intubated people, and only 14% of the people get alive out of this intubation. So 86% of the people who get intubated are died, and yet we continue to intubate people. So we have no treatment, we have no understanding what is going on. How do we get to this cross-section between health and happiness? Okay, let's think, what did we have before? Historically, we had the provider, person who wants to help patient, and the patient. So the provider provided health, and patients will compensate on whatever the patient can. But then, between patient and provider, we have the whole system that wants to create the business, money, and everything. And we become a very disconnected, disintegrated world. At this time, Corona came, and we start to see positive changes. We start to see that above and beyond government, regular physicians start to talk to each other, start to share their information, start to understand what to do with this pandemic and how can we get around it. So we start to be integrated on the level of the providers. We were begging for telemedicine for a long time, but no, we can't. And now government is saying that telemedicine is the standard of care. Is it possible to do the telemedicine and provide good health? I can tell you that I am doing it already for 8 months, and everybody enjoys it. Because today we have so much technology. Remotely, I can listen to the heart, to the lungs, I can look in the ear, I can look in the throat. So I have my means to examine patients even remotely. But at the same token, patient doesn't have to drive hour to my office, sit in the waiting room for 30 minutes, and then get examined, and then drive back in traffic another hour. Patients start to communicate. Patients start to integrate and share because they cannot go to emergency room anymore. It's dangerous. They want to be healthier. They don't want to go to emergency or urgent care because they want to avoid COVID-19. Communities start to be a little bit more tight to help each other. So that's a positive move that we see as a result of the COVID. Finally, in the center of this connection between providers and patients and everything was disease and money. And slowly but surely, it changed to patient-centric, health-oriented environment. So it's a real time right now that we can come together, providers and patients, and we recreate new medicine that will be good for everyone, integrative medicine. We cannot wait that government will do it because they have the same agenda as before COVID. So it's our role to come together around table and think what will be the most effective way to promote health and be healthy in this life. At the end, we are one big family. Whether you're a physician or you're a patient, we're a big family. And if we integrate it in this family, everybody wins. I have little time for questions.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. Are there any questions? We do have a little time for questions. Well, then that was a very clear presentation. I see no questions arise here, and on Facebook and YouTube, it's always a little later, so we will collect them if there are questions coming in from there. Thank you very, very much, Alexander, for the presentation. And the next speaker of today, that will be Mr. Elliot Pines. He's a Bachelor in Physics, a Master of Science in Engineering, PhD Electrical Engineering, and a volunteer at IWRI based in the USA. And his presentation will be about methods for improving personal and social effectiveness of a person. Oh, I'm sorry. His presentation will be about lessons from Infinity for integral education. Well, Elliot, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, I'm going to grab share. Is my voice coming across clearly?
Yes, we can hear your voice.
Okay, great. Yeah, just to mention, I do have a PhD in engineering as well. Okay, I'm going to grab share screen now. And okay, great. Okay, you're all seeing that fine? Okay, terrific. Welcome to lessons from Infinity for Integral Education. Apeirophobia, a fear of infinity, eternity. It's generally about imagining our endless non-existence or existence after death. It appears that the philosophers of ancient Greece had a different version of this fear, that of something intrinsically above reason, that anything even exists beyond finite comprehension. Infinity was banned from math and, of course, cosmology. In particular, the philosophers generally eliminated boundless reality by the creation of bounded ones. The radical monism school, however, countered this approach, claiming that no bounds could exist. All is one, so even space-time doesn't exist. And hence, there is nothing to divide, and so there are no bounds. In fact, Zeno of Elea of the school claimed that the idea of space and time themselves led to infinity paradoxes. Focusing on 6 of the surviving paradoxes and unwrapping them from their cultural clothing, the racetrack is a paradox of process trapped at the end of an infinite procedure. The Achilles is an infinite procedure paradox of unending differential process. The arrow is a 0 over 0 paradox. The stadium, thought a misunderstanding of relative motion, is really an infinity minus infinity paradox. And the divisible and the total are different forms of infinity times 0 paradoxes. These paradoxes appeared to be answered in the 17th century. Galilean relativity generalized the racetrack and the Achilles as infinite procedure paradoxes and appeared to explain the stadium. Calculus then seemed to explain these infinite procedure paradoxes as infinite series converging to finite displacement and time limits. Similarly, the point tangent slope of differential calculus appear to answer the arrow's 0 over 0 question with continuous velocity. Finally, definite integrals provided finite numerical values for the divisible and the totals infinity times 0 problems. However, this all fails 2 centuries later with the discovery of the Weierstrass function, where derivatives don't even exist. Integrating over non-existent derivatives, of course, does not reconstruct the function, and the infinite majority of functions are actually Weierstrass-like rather than well-behaved. This also may have inspired the following accounting trick of, I'm sorry, I don't have a graphic here of it, but conditionally convergent infinite series of real numbers. This series consists of an interleaving of plus minus infinity and minus infinity through alternating positive and negative terms within a series per the Riemann arrangement theorem. The commutative law of addition vanishes. One can rearrange the series to equal any real number from minus infinity to plus infinity, and the infinite majority of real number convergent infinite series are conditionally convergent. In any case, welcome to the great crisis of mathematics. Arguably, the greatest mathematician of the era, Hilbert, finally grasped the true depths of the problem and goes back to the absolute finite bounds approach of the ancient philosophers, but with a new twist. From his own contributions to relativity and quantum mechanics, he zeroes in on space-time, not matter, to try and directly counter Zeno's deadly assault on the very foundations of mathematical logic and scientific empiricism, reason itself. But the assault is far more subliminal and deadly than even Hilbert realized. In fact, Hilbert has only made things worse. His bounds abound with zeros and infinities galore, and I don't have time to go through these, but you can get a quick glance. This one's particularly cute. And really, Einstein thought to avoid them, but they're even in general relativity. These things were discovered after his death. Just let's take one look at a detailed example of Zeno's radical monism, Trojan horse into modern mathematical thought and science. Quantum principle avoids the infinitesimals, according to Hilbert's observation. I thought it explained it with general relativity and quantum mechanics. Quantum principle avoids the infinitesimals of the racetrack Achilles divisible and total by effectively introducing a minimum distance. The reality of the stadium is relative speed ad infinitum into an infinity minus infinity paradox. However, with light speed limit, this is also avoided. Never get anywhere near infinity, right? Finally, the Lorentz contractions of special relativity involves contractions in space and time as one approaches the speed of light, store the arrow's velocity information in its length.
I'm sorry, Elliot, to break in. Is it possible to speak a little bit slower? And that's for the translators. They have
I'll try. I just want to make sure the timing works okay. I should have enough extra time. I'll try.
You have time, yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. However, infinite speed jumps over finite smallest distances. Infinite speed jumps over finite smallest distances do not go well with finite speed limit, nor with space contractions based on that limit, which sets us up for. In 1935, Einstein and two colleagues published a paradoxical thought experiment highlighting this entanglement problem as an ad absurdum proof of a breakdown of the quantum theory. However, to the contrary, this phenomenon was demonstrated in countless actual experiments over the past 40 years. On the other hand, these were all by indirect methods, allowing only perception of clear after effects. It's the only way that what is logically impossible to our minds could possibly be perceived, and Einstein's logic remains impeccable to this day. One technological result of this is the quantum computer, and that the arrow, now known as the quantum Zeno effect, might be used to shield its memory from the laws of thermodynamics, so to speak, while the arrow makes up its mind whether it's moving or not. In recent years, physical, life, and cognitive sciences have begun to strongly imply that our very perception of the universe that we seem to live in creates that very universe, is that very universe. To turn a saying of Einstein's on its head, it is not that the only thing incomprehensible about the universe is that it's comprehensible, but rather that the only thing about reality that we actually do comprehend is precisely why it is that the universe that we perceive is comprehensible. Anything that we are actually going to perceive, directly explore by our science, is going to be entirely finite. And this has some amazing consequences and explains a lot of things. Every individual item is unique. All are connected and interdependent. All these relationships have non-zero variations to every perceivable order, and this is an important point. This slide is sort of a life and the ecosystems in a nutshell per our approach here, and some commonalities of several modern theories. This gets more into the next view graph as well. Read what you can of it. I'm sorry, as this is going to go somewhat fast for details. But basically, and this is the bottom line, the nonlinearity of relations leads to deterministic chaos, which allows for interscale communication and feedback. That is homeostasis, unfolding to the global. This is analogous to the phase lock process of communication electronics or brain entrainment. Seen these things online, internet, that's used for inducing learning, sleep, or hypnotic states. Grandfather clocks leaning against the same wall will similarly tend to synchronize. Higher consciousness and or proto-consciousness apparently makes good use of this communication. This is per Professor Donald Hoffman of University of California, Irvine Cognitive Sciences, and per the Hoffman-Penrose, for the Penrose-Hameroff theory. Professor Penrose is Professor Hameroff is professor of anesthesiology and psychology at Arizona University, and Professor Penrose, as many may know, finally won a lifelong achievements Nobel Prize in Physics. Just to get a little flavor of some possible details of a causal story of life that we might surmise indirectly from after effects, of course, if the reality is our own construction. In the left column is represented electron flow, that is lightning-induced extreme nonlinear thermodynamics on the early Earth, powering the construction of benzene ring quantum resonance structures, which know how to use water and electric field for hydrophilic, hydrophobic alignment. In the middle column is represented as formations of membrane bodies, microtubule-based motor structure, and sensory communication data and processing primitives. There's also a relationship to DNA, but I haven't analyzed that sufficiently that I want to speak about that yet. In the right column, bacteria, plants, insects, birds, mammals, and fish, etc., integrate into communities, eventually unfolding with others as the ecosystem, using countless varieties of electrical, chemical, mechanical, auditory, visual, gesture, you name it means at their disposal to develop integral communication. There is even a biological means. Mycorrhizal fungi interconnect plants in an amazingly complex manner that is being called the Earth's Internet. Now, we humans, with our complex verbal and body language and electronics, still allowing but the tiniest drips from our potential ocean of shared sensation and thoughts. What possibilities lie before us yet untapped? Finally, lessons from infinity for integral education. Our reality is our joint perception. That reality is integral. True advances in science and human welfare will themselves come about through intentionally furthering joint perception via integral communication and consequent integral action. As a side technical point, the interconnection crucial to the above needs to have its own special measures. There's already been some useful indirect research along these lines. We have something to build up on already that's been done. Last final thought. Is there not also one lesson from within infinity itself? If so, it would seem to be our way not to evade it, but as it were connect with it in the only spaceless, timeless purpose it could have, unity. Do you see old Zeno smiling? Thanks for letting me share this with you. I think we have some time yet for questions.
Wonderful. Are there any questions for this presentation? Please answer.
I have probably a very small question about the possible infinity of our world, or just opposite, the infinity of our world. What do you think if the effects that our world is quantum and relativistic, and it is finite? Are those facts connected? And what is your opinion how they are connected?
Okay. Well, there's a very, very interesting thing about it. I did one quick review. I'm sorry it went so quickly. Basically, the Leibniz's law about identity and discernibles. And there's a modern version. I think the first person to bring that up, I'm just looking at a book that I had on it. It was, I'm trying to, there's a student actually of Roger Penrose, wrote a book called The Physics of Immortality. Actually back in 1984, it was quite popular, bestsellers list. And in any case, in that he brings about emulation theory that, in fact, an emulation that is exactly in every detail and description of what it's describing is one and the same thing. In other words, there's no information missing. If I say triangle, it doesn't. There's no space or time connected with it. It is one thing. So the point is that if our world is finite, the world that we perceive as finite and everything is there. If I wrote a computer program or I described it, they are one and the same thing. If they're not, please tell me the difference and I'll include it in the program. In other words, obviously something's missing. In the same way, the integers are part of the real number system, etc. They're floating in there. So there has to be a higher level. This is it's a stronger basis of actually the simulation hypothesis. Other things, again, I mentioned Professor Hoffman's idea that in fact, this is all being produced evolutionary-wise by consciousness itself, and that, in fact, the entire world is a total illusion. There's nothing but conscious entities. Very interestingly, apparently, Professor Richard Dawkins, who's one of the strongest materialists around today, is favorable towards the theory and accepts the fact that perhaps his ideas of random mutation, etc., go back to a higher level. In fact, abstract principles, these laws of the universe that we mention here. So there's an interesting coalescence here of what were classically religious ideas and non-religious, of atheistic ideas, we might say, that are coalescing to maybe a deeper truth here. But in any case, the very fact that if we're finite, we're floating in something. In other words, the finiteness implies a higher level. And of course, the higher level implies a higher level and so forth. So it would imply some sort of continuum into infinity. What that would be, all I can say is that in the 19th century, in the great crisis of math that was mentioned, one of the players in that was a gentleman by the name of Cantor, who developed a system of transfinites. Hilbert himself was very supportive of this, which is interesting because he thought it was a mathematical abstraction to play with infinity while denying it in physical world. He was broken in two ways. One was by Gödel in 1931, which showed a plan that he had for doing this finite mathematics was destroyed. Also, if you look at Cantor's method, it is an intuitive method, not what's called realism in mathematics, because it involves an infinite construction. Now, I can take, I don't want to go into this too much, but if you take what's called the diagonal method, what I can do is one-for-one correspondence. I can produce all the whole numbers and then map those, just mirror them across a decimal point to get all the real numbers from 0 to an open set of 1. Okay. And therefore, I can apply the same rule. Now, what happens is, well, where is those magic numbers coming from? At 0.9999999, and it never reaches. But the point is that I have diagonal methods showing that I can't make a list in the integers themselves, or else that I can make it. I have a procedure here to produce all the real numbers in that area. So we see already the contradictions when you play with infinity. It's very similar, as I said, to the infinity minus infinity in the that special kind of convergence series I mentioned. I'm sorry, I forgot the term myself, but it's infinity where you have alternating terms of plus or minus. And as Raymond showed, it's a really great game. You want me to make it pi log of 2 plus infinity minus infinity 2 billion 16? Anything, it's like the accounting trick. You close the windows. What would you like it to be? So it's a game when you start getting to infinities. I would say the only thing representative of infinity, if there was one rule, free will. I'm not saying as a religious thing, as a math, as you wish, but I have no other way to describe it because no other rule or law applies to absolute infinity itself. Everything is a game that mathematicians play, and they realize that, really. I've spoken to mathematicians. They dust it under the rug, but there's all sorts of problems. The Banach-Tarski, problem, you can cut apart a ball in a finite number of pieces and reconstruct it as large as you like, which probably involves some sort of fractal combinations and such. I don't know. I hope this answered the question, and I'm sure we're out of time by now.
Thank you very much. Well, I see a raised hand by Joshua Johnson Mizulike. So we do leave some time for this question. That will be the last. And please, Elliot, if you answer, to speak slowly for the translator.
Het ziet er naar uit dat je geen home kit als een zwaan.
My question is very simple, Professor.
I really do apologize. I was afraid of the time. Yes, please.
Professor, I wanted to see what you think about this. So what do you say to the statement that the notion of infinity could possibly be an abstraction of human mind in order to understand the world? Can you elaborate and explain a little bit on this?
Well, the thing is that we really we don't know anything really about infinity except in an intuitive manner. Gödel himself claimed that he felt that there was a validity to intuitive math, even though he contradicted Hilbert, that he in fact believed in an intuitive idea of mathematics, and that there was, in other words, as we physically see and perceive things, that intuition was a form of perception too. I mean, one can go all the way on this thing, because one has in that notion of intuition, there's of course the eureka phenomenon, etc. And one could say it's a lower level of what we would call, let's say, some sort of holy vision prophecy, or it would validate the possibility of all this. I don't know. But in the end, as far as infinity, we have nothing to say about it. All our tools are logical and a finite limit. It violates all laws of arithmetic. If I have a box of red and blue balls, let's say, and an infinite number of red and infinite number of blue balls. So I say, what is the probability I reach and I'll pull out a blue ball? And I say, well, infinity, so it's 50-50. No, I forgot. I have 9 infinity of blue balls and 1 infinity of red balls, so it's 90%. No, I was wrong. It's 9 infinity of red balls and 1 infinity of blue balls, so it's 0.9%. It's any probability, and probability statistics is meaningless. Arithmetic, the infinity minus infinity is anything you like. 0 over 0, it's anything you like. In other words, it becomes a line. The solution is not a point, but a line. It's qualitative because there's no weighting or any values to points. So accept what we might grasp intuitively, if there is something to prophecy, etc., or eureka phenomena, whatever the human mind guess, a higher still, it comes down to us from infinity, but we're getting it in some sort of finite way. So, I don't know what to tell you, but we don't know. I mean, there's nothing from our logical world to go out and start to we'll figure out infinity or determine if it, whatever, as the Greeks tried. No, I think Zeno had tremendous intuition about the matter, and so does teacher Parmenides. But I can't tell you what they actually meant. I'd have to be living 2,500 years ago to be sure.
Thank you very much, Elliot. That was very wonderful. We go to the last speaker of today and of our second e-conference. And the speaker is Dr. Obihoha Uwakonye, and he's from Biafra, Africa. He's lecturer, researcher, and design architect at Covenant University of Nigeria. And his presentation will be about generative design, profiling the mathematics of architecture and the connectedness of humans and machine. So please, Dr. Obihoha, you may start your presentation.
Hello, please, can you confirm that you can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
First of all, I want to thank IWRI for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this e-conference. I consider it a singular privilege to be here today. And my presentation for this e-conference is generative design, the mathematics of architecture and the connectedness of humans and machines. Please, I beg to share my screen. And I also promise Seje that I will speak slowly. Okay. Now, mathematics has always been around us, and it's almost practically impossible for anything that was made without the help of mathematics. And because of its abstractness, mathematics is universal in nature than other fields of human thought. It finds applications in business, industry, music, historical studies, politics, sports, medicine, agriculture, engineering, social and natural sciences. And its relationship with other fields of basic and applied sciences, especially strong. And this is for several reasons. The alliance between architecture and mathematics has a long history, dating back many centuries. And architecture provides mathematics with interesting problems to investigate. And in turn, it provides architecture with powerful tools that they can use in analyzing data. Often, abstract patterns that have been studied for their own sake by mathematicians have turned out much later to be very useful in science. And science and mathematics are both trying to discover patterns and relationships. And in this sense, they're part of the same endeavor. And in the past, architecture was considered to a mathematical topic. And the disciplines have, up to the present time, retained close connections. We all know that mathematics is the chief language of science. And this symbolic language of mathematics has turned out to be extremely valuable for expressing scientific ideas unambiguously. Because when we see statements like A equals to F over M, it is not simply a shorthand way of saying that the acceleration of an object depends on the force applied to it and its mass. Rather, it is a precise statement of quantitative relationship among these variables. More importantly, mathematics provides the grammar of science, the rules for analyzing scientific ideas and data rigorously. And it's important to know that mathematics and architecture have many features in common. And they include a belief of understandable order, an interplay of imagination and rigorous logic, ideas of honesty and openness, and the critical importance of peer criticism, the value placed on being the first to make a key discovery, being international in scope, and even with the development of powerful electronic computers, they had made it possible to use technology to open up new fields of investigation. In the past, mathematical principles have been developed with the human body, called the golden ratio. And now, this golden ratio, otherwise known as the divine proportion of phi, is a mathematical ratio with special properties and aesthetic significance. An enormous number of things in the universe are engineered around this ratio, ranging from the human body to the Ark of the Covenant, to snare shares the orbits of the planet, and that brings us to the Fibonacci idea. Now, the golden ratio, it is believed to be most aesthetically pleasing and harmonious means of design. And statistical analysis, it indicates that the people involuntarily give preference to proportions that approximate to this ratio. From this principle, a French architect, Le Corbusier, developed a mathematical model used in architecture called Le Modular. In this modular system, the architect used the golden ratio when the relation between two dimensions is the same as that of the sum of both and the greater of the two, which he described as a tool of linear or optimal measurement, similar to musical script. You can look at these particular slides that shows the human body and the relationships between the different parts of the human body. Like the shoulder span is considered to be 1/4 of the height of a human being. Like the root of a male reproductive organ is considered to be at a precise position of being half of the height of a human being. Now, this idea was also taken to another level by a German architect, Ernst Neufert. He used the same principle to develop ratios with the human body that can be used in architecture. This principle, with the advancement in mathematics and computer algorithm, has led to the development of a concept in architecture that is known as generative design. And it is a process that uses the power of computing algorithm to evaluate and iterate on these often conflicting architectural design requirements. These requirements that often span not only engineering, but materials and construction requirements as well. And it is making possible the ability to realize new designs that would never have been imagined without it. The system supports calculation and simulation realization. In fact, the use of more efficient tools will provide for more satisfactory solutions. This symbiotic relationship between the generation and the testing components, it will lead to a larger set of attainable solutions and can assist both the design team in developing intelligent, sustainable, and superior designs. Generative design is, as a matter of fact, a paradigm shift in design. It's actually changing how architects interact with the computers and design software. Now, instead of computers simply acting as a repository for easy access to designs, it is now working with architects in generating these designs. Generative design for architecture, as a matter of fact, is a new method of design, and it enables architects to discover unexpected novel designs and navigate trade-offs between high-performing designs, sketch constraints, and goals rather than form, and co-design between humans and computer. It is actually a departure from the way that we have traditionally done design. But these technologies, they are not a threat to humans. They are more like supercomputers. In fact, some scholars have told you that they are just like a design assistant that assists the architects in generating architectural design. And these are developed from the model. As a matter of fact, we as architects, we are really interested in exploring the aesthetic consequences of this evolution of technology. Now, our role in generative design as a user, as a designer, it has completely changed from this direct relationship with the computer. When we say, okay, here, do this in this way, place this line here, remove this wall here, place it here, make this wall here in this part of the building. Now the architect becomes more like a curator. Generative design, it promises to save time on the design process and save materials by creating the most efficient structures and save money by working out the most cost-effective way of to manufacture them. As a matter of fact, the model that was developed by Le Corbusier deals with a concept that says that 300 times n, 300 now being the constant, and 300 is considered to be 1 foot, and 1 foot in actual fact is the average length of a foot of a human being. Now, in generative design, we humans will be less in the business of forming or 3D modeling, and more in the business of really understanding what are our requirements in the design process. What do we really want in that scheme that we're working on? What are our boundary conditions? What are our constraints? And what is our operational assumptions? And this is the kind of thing that humans are better at. And now, when you combine this technology with advancements in additive manufacturing, 3D printing on an industrial architectural scale, it has the potential of to fundamentally change how we look at architecture. Now, instead of designing building envelopes that is made up of separate layers from heating, ventilation, passive solar gain, and other necessities, these needs could be accounted for within a single complex scheme that possesses qualities that mimic biological organisms. Now, the possibilities are startling. Water and gas could flow through man-made veins integrated into walls, rendering pipe work a thing of the past. Solar data could generate transformable windows that allow light to enter interiors at precisely the right times of day for the needs of inhabitants, meaning that louvers and blinds are banished from buildings for good. The internal structures of metals and carbon fiber elements will be optimized like animal bones, allowing even larger column-free spaces, water-wafting staircases, and the most dramatic cantilevers yet. It remains to be seen how software and hardware develop in light of this advancement. But one thing is for sure, both architectural design and the construction process will begin to look very differently as computation plays an ever greater role in the industry because of its relationship with machines and humans. Thank you. Well, I'm done with the presentation. Please, if you have any questions, I'm ready to take your questions.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. I would like to ask about the practical outcomes. Have you implemented your ideas in any architectural design in any place?
Yes, this has been used in architectural design today. In fact, as a matter of fact, generative design is the current best practices in architectural design. And digital architects, this is where everybody is now and where everybody should be. It is a system where the computer is no longer seen as just a tool, where like they say, garbage in, garbage out. It now gets to a point that we humans will now start looking at these tools as our assistants. Now, the things that we do before, we now give those responsibilities to the machine. And now we human beings will now start doing the things that humans are best at. That is taking decisions. At the end of the day, using these tools can help you to generate up to 10,000 different options of a particular design concept. Now, you can now start optimizing these options by selecting certain criteria. And as you select certain criteria, the generative design tools will continue to sift through your options and iterate through them and now give you options. It is not left with you as a human being to now select the ones that suit your emotions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A question came in from Facebook from Miss Cynthia Capitanacci, and she's asking, how the science itself show us more and more integrative laws in all its branches?
Please come again.
I'll repeat. How the science itself show us more and more integrative laws in all its branches.
Okay, if you look at the Fibonacci rule, the Fibonacci rule actually is a mathematical concept. This mathematical concept goes into details and gives you the mathematical relationship even in the petals of a rose. So this is science, and it's science that is in connection with humans, because the development of these tools has a lot to do with the modular concept, using the human foot as a guide to determine sizes. And like in the presentation, you hear where I mentioned that it goes to the point of biological mimicry, which means humans and machines are now combining to advance humanity and nature.
Thank you very much. And I see a raised hand from Joshua Johnson Umazurike, so please ask your question. And this will be the final question.
Hello, Obiama. Thank you very much for your presentation. This is very striking to me, so I have some questions for you.
Okay.
And I wanted to know if at all there's a software being developed, if there's one, would you be interested in commercializing them? These are my two questions.
Okay. Generative design tools are developed by Autodesk. Autodesk is the leading software developer in graphic tools. And a particular tool that was developed for this for generative design is called Project Refinery. So Project Refinery is actually the tools that is used in generative design. So it's now being commercialized by Autodesk.
Oh, okay. Can anybody use this?
Yes. Now, this concept is being used even in all parts of manufacturing concerns, not only in architecture. Nike, all those companies that produce sportswear, even to the minutest details, the way they design sportswear, even for swimmers, if this thing can be able to help an athlete to gain even 1/10 of a second, and that can make a difference between a loser and a champion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. It was very interesting. And I would like to thank all the presenters for their wonderful presentations of today and yesterday. It's already the end of the conference, and I would like for the final words to ask the IWRI director, Mr. Eliav Ephraim, for closing this beautiful conference.
Thank you very much, Bianca. I would like to share my screen in order just to show the final presentation, short one. Just one slide. Where it is missed. Just a moment. Yes. Okay, so we have really 2 wonderful days where we have a lot of intensive exchange of our opinions, which were connected to our global world and the ways to make this world integral. It is possible, and I believe that during these 2 days we have heard opinions from many different kind of specialities, from the point of view of exact science and humanitarian sciences, including philosophy, sociology, education, spirituality, technology. It's really wonderful that we have gathered so many really great experts. And I believe that we will continue our work together. We see on this slide that we have a great site developed, and we are waiting for collaboration with all of you in many areas. You're very welcome to write letters to us, asking questions, making some proposals, etc. We are open to hear your opinion. And I would like also to thank all our IWRI team who makes this conference possible. Especially I would like to thank our organizational committee, which is led by Professor Valentina Ilganaeva, our translators, our broadcasting team, and the moderators and the secretaries. Really, you have done so nice work. Thank you very much. Please, friends, stay tuned and please be safe. And I hope that we will have many such conferences in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ephraim. I would like to also use the yes, it's amazing. I want to thank all the people I invited, Dr. Obioha, Pastor Hakim, Messiah Mezrike, for taking out your time to be with us. And we're going to see you again soon. Thank you so much. And Dr. Egelov, I like your presentation too. Mwah. See ya. Bye-bye.
Yes, the presentation of Alex Angelov was really especially very wonderful.
Yes, everyone did good, all of you. Thank you so much. And Inga, thanks a lot. You were able to pronounce the African names beautifully.
Thank you. I practiced a lot.
Thank you.
It was wonderful.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.